What? And now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, in accordance with Council Rule 2471, there'll be no notices of motions without notice except the motion on the order paper. Can the Secretary please read the order paper? Thank you very much. We'll refer to the Chief Whip on the motion.
Thanks, Chairperson. I move that notwithstanding Rule 247, subsection 1, which provides that the sitting of the Council will be dedicated for oral questions, the Council considers reports of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation. Be entertained immediately after the Minister's response to questions. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much. Having heard the Chief Whip presenting the motion, I guess we agreed. Table is suggesting that we should now proceed to voting on the question. Sometimes the table doesn't assist very much. And that being the case, as there is no speakers list, I shall now we shall now move over to the questions. Members will remember that what has been said is that we should deal with these matters in a slightly different fashion. Now we're done with the motion, I guess. We'll now move over to the questions. Remember, we said that we're going to deal with the motion, oral questions, and then reports, instead of doing it the other way around. So we'll move on to the oral question. Now, members would remember that in dealing with the questions, we have to remind members that as we do so, we must just please remember that the question asked will have to relate to the original questions, and there are 4 supplementary questions per questions. So the first question is from is question 167 from Ms. T.C. Mudise. The The question is directed to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development. Minister.
Chair, on a point of order, I just want to, on a point of order, raise that there are questions on question 140 and 164 that Mr. Smith's name that's indicated there in stars is not him that raised the question, but myself. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Let's just note it. I'm sure one can say this in advance. That question 140 will be put by Ms. Smith, and question 142 by Honorable Labus Fachne. Yeah.
Richard, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Honorable Modise, indeed, in terms of your question, there are plans by government to dispose land for commercial and residential purposes as part of land redistribution. Land reform is not only about agricultural development, but also relates to urban land reform that would deal with issues of human settlement as well as industrial development. You will note that President Ramaphosa, in his State of the Nation address in June this year, indicated that government will speedily release land that it holds in its asset for agriculture as well as human settlement. So that work is being undertaken. Soon the IMC on land reform, chaired by the Deputy President, will make such an announcement. It is also necessary to indicate that some of the land that is well located for urban development, either for industry, will equally be made available for those purposes in order to also ensure that we support industrial development and at the same time change our spatial pattern development. We do have a state land disposal policy which outlines how the state undertakes disposal when necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The first supplementary question will come from T.C. Modise.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Minister, I just want to check with you, are there any future plan on alignment and integration of land use management between the spheres of government? If yes, or if yes, there are. And then if no, what are the relevant details of that, Honorable Minister? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. Though this is actually a new question, I would assist in answering it. We do have the Special Land Use Management Bill, SPLUMA, as you know it, the Act. We've also, as Cabinet, approved the Special Development Framework, which actually gives indication to all spheres of government on how our special development should be undertaken in the country. In terms of the SPLUMA Act, that development framework must actually be released for comment within 60 days, and that's what we had already done. So we're waiting for comments from citizens in terms of the special development framework, after which we will then bring it to Cabinet for finalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We'll now move on to my right, left, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. It's Honourable Smith. Honourable Minister, will you commit to transferring these pieces of land together with their title deeds to the relevant individual beneficiaries, and by when?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. At the moment, the way in which government does release land for agricultural development in particular, it's through the leasehold, 30 years with an option to buy. And that is done primarily to ensure that different beneficiaries who receive such land can put it to good use, so that in a period at least of 5 years, the state can monitor, support where necessary, and ensure that indeed this individual can use this land productively. And that has been born out of an experience over the years where we found people who have been assisted by the state, where land has been transferred in title, they've actually, some of them, within a year, sold that land, and it does therefore not assist in terms of your redistribution. It's also necessary for me to indicate that actually, when you look at freehold tenure, it's not only in title, you can have user right, you can have leasehold, which is an acceptable tenure system in our country, and actually anywhere else globally. If you've got a 30-year lease tenure, you can actually undertake any development that you want. It's not only that you must have title in order to get even credit on the land that you want to use. Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
Honourable Makause.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, the land reform approach from 1994 onwards has been focused on developing a class on black commercial farmers. This has obviously not worked because that was not a backed up plan by a solid program of support from government. As a result, many emerging black farmers find themselves locked up in an agrarian value chain that marginalized all of them. Have you considered introducing a new land and agricultural strategy whose foundation is to promote and support smallholder agricultural farmers?
Thank you very much, Honourable Makause, for your question. It's necessary for me to indicate that from 1994, there's been various forms of addressing the needs for agriculture as well as human settlement. You'd recall that certain interventions starting from 94 was through the Settlement Land Acquisition Grant, which assisted people who want to acquire land for whatever purposes, even for livelihoods, to do so. We then had the land reform for agrarian development, where people would actually make their own contribution and get, loan agreement. But you are right. There had been weaknesses that we have never actually had targeted farmer settlement support to those people who want to become commercially viable as a state in a concerted way. And those are the issues that we are reviewing. Some of the interventions that had been made, we are building on it to ensure that we don't just give people land without adequate support for them to become fully fledged commercial farmers, even though they are operating at a smallholder. Because you can be commercial whether smallholder, medium, or large scale, depending on the enterprise that you have chosen, but also on the agroecological zone where you are farming. In the Northern Cape, 1,000 hectares can be smallholder because of the ecological zone of that area. It's drier, and therefore the carrying capacity of the land, particularly if you do livestock, can never be the same with somebody who's farming at 250 hectares in the Eastern Cape, where the vegetation as well as water resources is better than in the Northern Cape. So for me, what is important in the question you're raising is that as government, when we undertake land reform, we must put targeted support until those individuals can be able to stand on their own. Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
The fourth supplementary question will come from Honourable Ryder.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, thank you for your answers. I did note, however, that the original question relates specifically to land for commercial and residential purposes, but you chose to answer Honourable Smith's in relation to agriculture. if you can answer my question relating specifically to the original question, and what I'd like to say is that we've seen ANC membership cards and proximity to power and even financial transactions being used as part of the criteria for land reform up until now. What will the criteria be going forward, and will the process be transparent?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I wouldn't want to enter into the debate on the observations that you are making. We have actually developed a beneficiary selection policy, which will be made public, so that all of us would know, if you are applying for land, what is the criteria that is being looked at when an assessment is made for you to be considered for any form of assistance by the state. You are correct, as I said earlier, that some of the follow-up questions are really new questions, but I've been very generous to answer them. The issue is about state land disposal, and the question was whether government has plans to do so, and I said yes. What I tried to clarify was that land redistribution is not just about agriculture, it's also about human settlement, it's also about industrial development. The reality is that in our country, I think the focus, both in terms of beneficiaries, but also even in the psyche of the society, has been about agriculture. And may be true, because large-scale land, ownership is in the hands of those who are farmers and producers. And probably that's the reason why the focus has been around that land. But it doesn't mean land reform is only about agriculture. It's about reforming our land ownership patterns, which includes economic activity, which includes residential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The second question is question 140, number 140, from Ms. Smith, on the withdrawal of appeal asked to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smith. This relates to the matter of David Rahasi. The question, as indicated, is why, if I may look at it correctly, why have we taken a decision to withdraw the appeal against the court? It's important for me to say that it was proper for government not to pursue that matter. First and foremost, the matter of Rahasi relates to state land that was in the former homelands under the South African Development Trust. That land was known as Fala land in terms of the Agricultural Credit Board in particular. What has then happened at the time, when we looked at the various communities, particularly farmers, who were allocated that land to use on a lease basis, it was in the areas of the then Bophuthatswana, areas of Limpopo, KZN, Makatini Flats, Port St. John's, and many others. The view of government at the time was that these people, for many years, had been locked in a system where they can never be able to make meaningful investment in continuing with their agricultural development. So a decision was taken that this land must be disposed to those individuals. They must be given the first right of refusal, particularly those who were working the land. So the category of Rahasi falls in that system. The land size that was being used at the time, not only by Rahasi, was about 3,000 plus hectares. So when that offer was made, an objection came from some of the farmers in that area who said it was not only Rahasi using the entirety of the land, but he was using, yes, the majority. And therefore, they felt the whole portion can't be sold to one individual. an issue that the department considered. So in the offer to purchase to Rahasi, the hectares was not the whole of 3,000 hectares. And that's where the contest became. And that's where the process was never concluded. We appreciate that being the case. And we said when the matter has served in court and the court has ruled in the manner in which they had, we will abide by the court decision. And that's the stand, and that's why we decided not to pursue that matter. Thank you.
Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just a correction, I'm not Ms. Smith, I'm Mr. Smith. So
In case anyone had the doubt here.
Honorable Minister, I hear what you say, but there's a section that you left out, is that there was an option originally given to Mr. Ragatse to purchase the land, and then it changed to a lease agreement, which is the case with many others. But Honourable Minister, today is your opportunity to apologize to not only Mr. David Ragatse, but also to all the other farmers like himself who have been cheated by your department and this government from not being able to own the land they work on. Will you commit that all similar cases will be finalized and the land be transferred to the farmers for full ownership? And please provide us with a timeline within which this land will be transferred to the rightful owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I really would like us to respond to the question that you asked. The question was, why has government not appealed? And we have explained. And in this matter, publicly, the ministry, as well as the department, we did indicate that it is unfortunate that there might have been an impression created that the state was going to oppose the matter, or rather appeal. So we did that. And I don't think it would be necessary for us to harp on that matter, because that matter should inform all of us on how best we resolve issues where there are problems. So the judgment, in our view, is instructive on how we should deal with other matters that are similar to that of Ragatse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Ocamp. Yeah, noted.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister, considering the continuous withholding of full ownership of land from farmers who were cheated into long-term lease agreements by your predecessors, do you agree with and share the sentiments of your Deputy Minister Skwatsha and predecessor Minister Nkwinti, who blatantly said at various occasions that black South Africans cannot be trusted to own land and therefore the state should hold their land and manage it on their behalf? If not, if you do not agree with that, please indicate your action plan to transfer all land held by government on behalf of black South Africans to them individually. It's a shame that that has been said.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Indeed, that is a new question in respect of the Ragatse matter. And I think it is important for us as South Africans to reflect on our tenural system as it pertains today. We've got a multiple tenure system in South Africa. It's not one. You've got your freehold, which is narrowly limited to titling. And then you have got the majority of South Africans who happen to have been put on 30% of land, whose rights on land are not even recorded. It's actually under the Ministry of Land as a custodian. And these are the matters in South Africa that, in my view, we need to deal with when we look at what should be our tenural system. My view is that South Africa must accept that it would have a multiple tenural system, which would include title, which would include collective ownership, either on a leasehold, use of right, and so on. And again, this is not peculiar to South Africa. If you go to the United Kingdom, for instance, they've got use of right rights on the Queensland. And that right, that tenure system is able to ensure that people can invest on that land, either commercially or otherwise. So it's not new. And I think we shouldn't be married to force ourselves as a country to say the only tenural system that is available or should be available to South Africans is title. And I say so because leasehold, and repeating myself once again, leasehold is a tenure system that you can utilize for credit acquisition, for investment of any sorts. Black South Africans in particular in this country have been on 99-year leasehold, particularly in the black townships. You never owned land, you never owned that property. But that never stopped black people to actually invest and improve on those lands. It's not cheating. It's not cheating. It may be your view that it must be titled, but that's not the view of everybody. And we must allow that debate in this country to finalize what our tenure policy should be. Thank you very much.
Honorable Morentia Gillian. Honorable Gillian.
The caucus in front of
Honorable member, if you can just have a bit of order there. Please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the way that you handled this question. From my side, Honorable Minister, I just need to know, has the court judgment in question made any significant contribution towards the reinterpretation of the law on land ownership and redistribution in our country? If not, how not? And if so, what are the relevant details?
Thank you very much. I would not be in a position, since I'm not a lawyer, to say whether the judgment has made any contribution in terms of our legal jurisprudence. However, what that judgment has done, in my view, it has actually indicated that where there is a change of policy on decisions that have been made prior, and where certain commitments have been made, regardless by what administration at a particular time, it cannot just be changed without looking at what commitments were made to people at the time. So whether that offers new jurisprudence, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nana.
Chairperson, in displaying true teamwork in the DA caucus, I'm pleased that Honorable Okamp has covered my question. That's teamwork, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. We will now proceed, honorable members, to question 149, to be put by SF Du Toit, on the question of illegal occupation of land. And this question is asked to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And thanks, Honorable Tutoit, for the question you have posed. I'm sure you would know that we do have legislation that prevents illegal occupation of land and property. And it's not only on land without infrastructure, it's on any land. So that provision is there, that legal statute is there. I would not be able to be in a position to quantify how much, costs can be attached to service delivery in respect of what the honorable member says is failed rural development, because he or she did not provide me with what is that program that has failed in order to enable quantification. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll now move on to the supplementary question as Detroit.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, it is common knowledge that the country has an unprecedented high unemployment rate that is at the highest state in which the economy finds itself in. It's not conducive to the environment, and that is stimulating entrepreneurship and even the survival of small businesses and farmers that are relying on safe distribution routes and their constitutional right to freedom of movement. Furthermore, in 2015, the South African Police Services requested all municipalities in Northwest to apply for a pre-approved interdict for the removal of trespassers on land where they're not supposed to be. But none of these municipalities reacted. Isn't it true, Minister, that since the majority of these municipalities are governed by the ANC and none of them acted beforehand, that they might be complicit by implication to contributing to job losses and insecurity as a result of service delivery protests that occur and protests that occur as a result of people occupying land? They need to be removed and then resulting in protest action, closing access routes in those areas.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I was trying to follow the question. And I think the preamble to the question talks about an issue that all of us as South Africans are concerned about: the issue of unemployment, the issue of the slow economic activity in our country, which all of us must be concerned about. With regards to the decision that was made in the Northwest about what municipalities must do and whether they did or did not do, I'm hearing from the Honourable Member, I cannot vouch for that. But I don't think it would be correct to say, by not doing certain things, which unfortunately I can't even verify, therefore there was complicity. If you look at the original question, it was asking whether government has got measures to deal with, illegal invasion of land without infrastructure. The second question was whether or not, government can quantify the cost of service delivery protests as a result of failed rural development. And I think I've answered that question, because the honourable member who raised the question did not indicate to me what are those failed rural development programs since 2017 linked to service delivery protests, so that we can be able to answer. Actually, if you look at that question, there were two questions in one, but I was generous enough to answer. And to you, honourable member, I would actually say it's because of complicity of anybody. Land invasion, it's a challenge that we must address. Where constituencies are raising serious challenges about issues as members of the community, those must be addressed. But all of us, I think, are concerned that where some of these service delivery protests happen, become violent, and therefore impact even on the infrastructure that all of us need. And this is one thing that, as a country, we cannot applaud. That we can agree on. But on the blame about who hasn't done what, no, I cannot comment on that. Thank you.
Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the community-led programs of land repossession across the country are products of the failure or delay of government to transfer land back to the rightful owners. What you ought to be doing as government is to support these community-led struggles and put in services on land that has been occupied. If the expropriation of land without compensation constitutional amendment fails to deliver land back to the people, what measures do you have in place to support the inevitable occupation of land by the dispossessed owners? Thank you.
Honourable Member, thank you. You have got a new question. You are actually saying there's a program of land repossession. I do not know which one is that, which makes people not to follow legal processes that have been put in place and allow them to invade land. I don't think that would be an acceptable process, nor can they be justified or blessed, if I were to call it that way. However, where people have got land needs, there are processes on how those must be followed, and government will address. Where there are weaknesses, as the land panel, as well as the high-level panel, had identified weaknesses in our programs and system, that's what the government has to, and we are addressing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, part of the problem with illegal occupation lies with politicians that try and score cheap political points and buy votes. One of these acts are reckless relocation of landless people onto land with no municipal services available, as was done by your Deputy Minister Skwatsha here in the Western Cape. Do you condone his reckless behavior?
I think, Honourable Member, maybe through you, Chair, and through the Select Committee Chairperson of Land and other, I'm not sure there's agriculture and land in this House, then maybe we should have a debate on the issue of landlessness in South Africa and the issues of evictions and the issues of land invasion. Because if you look at what happened in the incident you are mentioning in Western Cape, it was as a result of farm evictions. And it was an instance where people for a weekend, particularly children and the elderly, were on the side of the road. And as government, we had to intervene. And when we approached our provincial offices to see where can these people be put, there was land that was identified, and that's where people were put temporarily until we find a mechanism. We've been working with the department here in the Western Cape. We've been working with the province, social development, including the municipal area concerned, to find a lasting solution to this issue. And I want to say, the challenge of land eviction in our country is a problem that we all must address. How do we ensure that we manage disputes in a manner that does not render others landless? How do we assist those people with secure tenure system whose livelihood have actually been working on farms for many, many years? It's a matter, in my view, that we must address, emotions aside, because it is a challenge. And unfortunately, the height of land evictions in this country is in Western Cape, and we must face it. And maybe let's understand what is the problem so that we look at it and address the problems without, as I am agreeing with you, scoring cheap political points. Thank you.
Honorable Nana.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Minister, what is your response to farmers on that occupy land reform farms and that sit with illegal occupiers on that land, but cannot get a court order to evict them?
Honorable Member.
What's the point of order?
I'm just waiting for my microphone. Honorable Chairperson, the honorable member from the EFF shouted here that the Honorable Nana is being used and she is a cocoa head.
Yeah. You have said that Honorable Nana is a coconut. Did you say that? Okay. We'll check Hansard and we'll come back and make a ruling. And just avoid. Yes.
I accept your ruling, Chair, but just for the record, Chair, that some of these members from the AFF must know we were in the struggle long before they were. So I'm not a coconut, Chair, they must know.
That's not a point of order. Honorable members, let's please proceed, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The member has asked a very generic question, but also made certain observations which I cannot prove. Maybe he can give us relevant information. I am not sure that when people apply for a court order for eviction, they have not been able to get any response from the justice system. It may either be given or not given. So if there are certain cases that he knows that he can make available to us, I will appreciate that and share it with my colleague, the Minister of Justice. Thank you very much.
Honorable Nana, you've gone past you?
We'll do so, Chair.
Okay. The next question is question 11166 from Honorable A.J. Nyambi on the land owned by foreign nationals. And the question is directed to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu, ngibonge futhi kumelunga lahloniphekile ikakhulukazi umnumzane Nyambi. Ngiyabonga ngalombuto losibute wona wena wekunene ngithi ke mangisho ukuthi kude kwanyalo luhla khulumende lanalo lokuthi laba bekuhamba sibati ukuthi bangobani laba nemihlaba kule live lakithi. Lokho kwendiwa ke ukuthi njenganyalo umthetho lomayelana nokubhaliswa kokuthi ngubani lophethe umhlaba phecelezi ngesilungu i-Deeds Registry Act ka-1937 ayisho ukuthi bandvu uma ngabe betobhalisela ukuthi lendlu ngeyami makwendwa i-lodging mabatichaze ukuthi bangabanini bakuphi bona. Lokho ke kwenda ukuthi singabi ke naloluhla lesingakwati ukuthi sithi kulo lona ngewekuhamba lophethe lomhlaba lona nalona noma le trust noma le nkampani lelana ngeyekuhamba njalo njalo. Mangisho ke wena lunga lehloniphela ukuthi njenganyalo siyawenda sichibiyelo kulomthetho ukuthi sitokwati ukuthi muntu nanoma imuphi ngewala ekhaya noma ngewe kuhamba atisho lokubitwa phecelezi njenge disclosure keje ke sitawuthi masenda leso sichibiyelo sibheke sisebenzisana nangqongqoshe wetobulungiswa ukuthi ngabe asimoshi na umthetho welive iconstitution. Ngingasho ke babe ukuthi mayelana naloko lo mbuto lo ubute kwesibili impela ke kusho ukuthi usuyawa nje ngoba sengiuphendvulile lewo kuqala. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi.
Thanks, Chair. Ngibonge mphathisa welitiko ngempendulo yakho lengumhlahlandlela. Mhlawumbe umbuto wami lenginawo ukuthi lokuchibiyela kwalowo mthetho lotawukhona ukuthi uyise live laseNingizimu Afrika phambili utawuthatha isikhathi lesingakanani ngobe uyabona ukuthi kulendlu uma sikhuluma ngendzaba yemhlaba kuyabonakala ukuthi kungiloku labathi labatiko umhlaba walaba lebasishiya labaningi kakhulu labayindlandzana labaphilako namuhla nalabaningi kakhulu labasatawutalwa. So ngabe lesikhathi ngilesingakanani ukuze ukuthi singulendlu site ukhona ukuthi sikubuke sikulandzelele ukuthi impela kuyenteka ukuthi kuchitshiyelwe lo mthetho lotawulungisa lenkinga lesibukene nayo njengeNingizimu Afrika. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi. I'm going to answer you in English because I'm not sure of the translation, whether it would capture it correctly. It is our hope that by 2020 we would be able to conclude on this legislation. And I must indicate that the Deeds Amendment seeks to address two things. One is indeed the disclosure so that we know whether you're a South African or non-South African that has ownership of a particular land. But secondly, it's to address the recordal of rights in the former homelands. As you know that currently, the Deeds Registry Act only records those rights of people who are living in the areas that were not part of your homeland, the so-called 13% of land as a result of the 1913 Land Act. So those are some of the things that we want to do because the non-recordal of rights, it's what has made communal land not to have value. And we want to redress that issue through that amendment. And I hope members of parliament, both here, NCOP and National Assembly, will support the department in the amendment of that legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Zandamela, Honorable Zandamela.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Minister, firstly, when you responded to the question, you said you don't have the register. Well, we accept that. But the register of the land, if that is owned by foreigners and all those things. But I want to start here. We must abolish the ownership of land by foreigners. We can't allow us South Africans, we don't own land, but foreigners, they've got land in our country. Now, the second question will be that I would like to ask you, Minister, when are you going to discontinue the ownership of land by few individuals? Because the South African land must be owned by all South Africans. So there's actually two questions in one. It's the first by foreigners and the individuals that are owning land.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think the decision on whether or not we abolish the fact that individuals must own land, it's not a decision, no. I'm starting with the second one. It's not the decision of an individual minister. It would have to be the legislature that will have to decide in terms of law. And you are in a better position. You are sitting in the ad hoc committee that is looking at the amendment of Section 25. So you can propose that amendment because Section 25 actually allows every one of us to actually have a right in ownership of land as being one asset and property. So if you seek to change that dispensation, you will have to do it through the amendment of the Constitution. And I think you can convince your colleagues who are part to that committee, as well as the two houses, to understand your position, why you say the ownership must be in the hands of the state. So that's the answer. So I can't give you a timeline because that is not dependent on me. Secondly, abolishing the ownership of land by foreigners, again, it can never be the decision of a minister. It would be a decision of the legislature. So you can propose that as, the economic freedom fighters, you actually think this should be the dispensation that is followed, and convince other parties as well to see whether or not they would agree with you, and if there's a need for amendment of a legislation, that should be done. Thank you very much.
Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister. As South Africa, we are desperately looking for foreign investment, for growth. How will the contradicting policy of the ANC, and it was specifically set by your predecessor, that foreign nationals should have lease agreements only in South Africa, encourage foreign investment in the current unemployment crisis, which we saw today is at 29.1%.
Honorable Member, I've just answered the question, even though I was not answering you about our view on the treatment of land ownership by foreign nationals. So that I've answered. I'm saying it would depend on this parliament what they would want to do. You say my predecessor made a proposal to the effect that foreign nationals must only have a leasehold, but that is not in law. It was a proposal. That is not in policy. It was a proposal. So for anything to have an effect, it would have to be policy supported by legislation. And until such is done, there's nothing. So in my own view, there is no policy contradiction as we speak here today on that matter. And I don't think foreign investors at the moment don't find South Africa's dispensation for foreign investment adverse in any way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The person not supposed to follow was Comrade Bebe, but she seems to be covered. Nana?
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, inxalenye yalombuzo sowuphendula. I-agriculture enye yamashishini kwelizwe elidala amathuba emisebenzi nengqesho. Ngoku xa abatyali zimali bangaphandle kwamanye amazwe siza kubanika ilease, hayi ubumi bomhlaba, uthi ngubani ozazokufaka imali yakhe kuloo meko? Amathuba emisebenzi andawoni ke ngokubona. Enkosi mhlawumbi ngaphambili.
Enkosi lunga elihloniphekileyo, uza kwenu ugqiba ukundibuza lo mbuzo ngqo. Ndamphendula. Mandikuphendule ke ngesixhosa sami noko esingaqondanga kahle esingaba nesizulu phakathi. Ndithi akukho mthetho njengangoku, akukho kwapolisi njengangoku ethetha ukuba abemi bangaphandle bazawuba ne-leasehold bangabi ne-ownership yomhlaba ukuze batshalise imali. Akukho nto efana naleyo njengangoku. Umuntu ofuna uku-investa emhlabeni uya-investa. So lo mbuzo ke mntakwethu ndithemba uba sivene okwangoku. Uba nifuna ukwenza isichibiyelo ukuthi makube nomthetho ngqo othetha ngabantu abangengobemi belilizwe mayelana nobunini nokungabi bunini mhlaba, izawukwenziwa yini loo nto niyilendlu yomthetho-sisekelo. Enkosi Lunga ehloniphekileyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We'll now move on to question 155, asked by S.M. Faela, on challenges arising from climate changes. The question is directed to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Ngiyabonga mphathisihlalo, ngibonge kulunga ehloniphekile umnumzane Mfayela ukuthi ngabe yini uhlelo umnyango onalo uma ngiubambe kahle lo mbuzo ukwenza ukuthi sibhekane nalenkinga yokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu okuba nomthelelo omkhulu ikakhulukazi komama abasemakhaya kanye nakusizinda kumbe indlela isimo somhlaba esime ngayo kanye nakwezolimo. Ngingasho ke Lunga ehloniphekile ngihlele eduze kukazakwethu ophethe umnyango wezemvelo ukuthi siyabhekana namaqhinga amaningi ukuthi sizawubhekana kanjani nale nkinga esikuyo. Sibonile lapha eKapa ukuthi manje kungajwayelekile sebenezivula ezifika ehlobo. Uma ubheka ezindaweni la izivula khona kufanele zibe khona ehlobo sekuba nesomiso esingajwayelekile neziphepho njalo njalo. Ezinye zezinto ke esizenzayo ukuthi sibheke ukuthi ingabe amanzi ikakhulukazi emithonjeni siwavikela kanjani siwagcine. Sibheke futhi nanokuthi yiziphi izitshalo ezifanele nalesi simo esikuzo. Ngamanye amazwi kusho ukuthi ukuhlengahlengiswa kokulima sekuzofuneke sibheke ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu okuzokwenza kube nokushintsha kwezindawo nezinto esingazitshala kulezo zindawo. Ngingenza nje umzekelo ukuthi uma sibheka namhlanje ikakhulukazi la endaweni yase-Western Cape, ezinye zezitshalo ezifana namagrebisi ngokuya ngokuhamba kwesikhathi zingabe zingasamili ngendlela ebesiyijwayele ngaphandle kokuba senze ubuchwephesha nobuconingo obuzothi singalungisa kanjani ama-varieties azokwenza ukuthi bakwazi ukutshala lezo zitshalo. Kanti futhi uma ubheke ezinye izindawo ezifana njengasokhahlamba lapha eMangwaneni, ezinye zezindawo manje ongatshala khona amagrebisi okukwangesiyo indawo yokutshala ngaphambili. Ziningana ke izindlela esizibhekayo yokuthi silekelele abantu bakithi ukuthi babhekane nalesi simo. Okunye okuyobaleka ukuthi nathi thina amalunga ePhalamende sikhulume emiphakathini ngokubayala abantu ukuthi lesi simo sokushintshwa kwezulu phecelezi climate change akusiwo amampunge, kuyiyo ngempela into eyenzekayo njengoba sesibonile nje. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Honorable S.M. Faela.
Hlalo, ngiyathokoza ukuthola leli thuba. Minister, ngiyathokoza ukuthi utshengise ukuthi umthetho wakho uphuma khona endaweni zasemakhaya. I-Cape Town nje ngakuthatha kodwa ungasemakhaya wona ngiyakubona. ngiyafisa kodwa minister ukuba ngiqhubeke ngithi lezi inhlelo okhuluma ngazo sibukeka zizinhle futhi zingabasiza abantu basemakhaya. Kodwa ke manje uvalo nje olukubantu bonke abasemakhaya ukuthi lezi inhlelo maziza lezokhuluma ngazo bagcina bengakwazanga ukuzuza kuzona ngenxa yokuthi i-corruption idla lubi. Ngiyafisa ukuzwa kuwena ngqongqoshe ukuthi usukhuluma ngazo lezi inhlelo unahlelo luni lokuvimba ukuthi isaka lingadliwa amagundane lelokhuluma ngalo uma ususa lezi inhlelo emakhaya.
Ngibonge kakhulu lunga ehloniphekile. Ukuze phela isaka lingadliwa amagundane kuyofuneka ukuthi nani nibe yizinhloli, nibe ngamehlo, nibe ngamadlebe kahulumeni. Ukuthi uma ngabe niwabona amagundane yishoni ukuthi nalibuzi, naligundane elincane, naliselingena ukuze nami ngingafuniseli nje ngazi ukuthi likuphi lona leligundane elingenayo. Kodwa ke mangisho ukuthi ezinye zalezi zinhlelo ngempela azidingi imali uma ngingasho, kudinga ulwazi. Uyabona nje njengasezindaweni ezisemakhaya mhlawumbe uma ngabalula lapha ngasendaweni yalapho mina nawe siphuma khona lunga ehloniphekile. Uma indawo ibitshala amadumbe ngaphambili, ngokushintsha kwalesi simo kubonakala ukuthi manje sesingatshala umjumbula. Yizona zinto ke kufuneka sibasiza abantu ukuthi babone ukuthi cha sisengaqhubeka nokutshala la, kodwa asisezukutshala lokhu ngoba akusamili. Uma sithatha nje sibheka indawo yakashukela lapha eMount Edgecombe. Mount Edgecombe used to be one of those plantations of sugar association, but because of the acidic nature of the soil, they had to convert to property development. Not because they just wanted to reverse and change from agriculture. It was after thorough assessment that that land can never be utilized again for agricultural development. So there are many factors that sometimes makes, decision making to be appropriate when people are given proper information. And for me, what is important, it's also to use the language that people understand. Awazi kufika komama balapha emthonjeni uzokhuluma nabo ngokuthi amadumbe asisezuwatshala la ufike ukhulume ngolika George uthi you see you cannot do this batakuvelaphi bengayanga esikoleni. Kutawufuneka ukukhulume nje ngalendlela labetawuyiva bayathi futhi ukuthi umjumbulu utshalwa kanjani utobabonisa uma bengakwati ukuthi utshala ushone kangaka mhlawumbe usebenzise lo muno losekhathi noma lo muno wokukhomba kuthi imbewu yakho ikwati ukukhula kahle. Kuya ngokuthi malunga amagosa kahulumeni siwasebenzisa kanjani ukuthi athi ukuthi meka sebenda nebandla kufanele abacathuzise ethatha lokhu laba kwatiko abukhulisi. Ngithathe njengembuti nje. Imbuti kude umuti wabantu labamnyama emakhaya longenayo imbuti. Kodwa abayati abaningi ukuthi imbuti imali. Bathi nje ukuthi uma siyokwenda umsebenzi sawuhlaba imbuzi. Masifuna ukukhuluma nalabadzala sibeka imbuti lapha siyenda idata yokucommunicate nabangasekho. Ngeje uma umfundisa umuntu ukuthi uyabona uma uyikhulisa lembuti yakho uyiphatha kahle lembuti yakho ingabi namazenze ibe kahle boya babo ubugatse ungayenda imali la. Ngeke nje uthole 1000 rand wokuthengisa. Keje ungathengisa boya uthola imali lengaka. Sikhumba sayo uma ususihlabile usilungise uthungete icathulo labo shuba duba abantwana wenda amakhushini nje habona umuntu ukuthi habe yena bakithi ikhona le mali. Noma nje ungasakwendanga lokho uthi nje yabona lembuti yakho bayayifuna le eMiddle East ngoba bayithanza kabi lembuti singakulungisela singihulumeni sibheka ukuthi ayinatifo ukwati exporter yeMiddle East kuno 1000 rand sekathola 5000 rand. Bangaki ke bantu labangeke kukhulisa imbuti banyendi Ngoba sebeyati manje ukuthi le mbuti le its value. So it's how we communicate as extension officers also with our people so that they can change their farming patterns if they are given adequate knowledge on climate change. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, you have rightly said that climate change affects everyone, including our agriculture sector. One of the consequences of this is drought. My constituency is in the Western Free State, which has experienced one of the worst droughts in many, many years. This past weekend, one farmer, Mr. Fulyun, who's 58 years old, committed suicide because of the state, his financial state, it is believed, and the consequences of the drought in that area. There are other farmers who are also emotionally not in a very good space. They go to the banks for loans, and they're being told that we can't give you any loans because of the uncertainty that the whole issue around Section 25 has created. They currently, in many places, rely on private help, but charity and goodwill can only go so far. Premier Ntombela was there just before the elections, and she consulted with them and made some undertakings, but we haven't seen anything resulting from that. So what I would like to ask you, Honourable Minister, is there is in other provinces some help that came, but in this specific area, we haven't seen any help going to the farmers. Will you please make an undertaking to help them urgently in any way that you can, and in what way will that be? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The question that you are asking is indeed new. It links with another question that I'm sure will come on the paper relating to drought assistance. Maybe one of the things that we must appreciate as a country is that we are in an arid zone. And therefore, the way in which we undertake our farming systems should factor that into our planning and operation. And this is part of the work, as I indicated earlier, working with my colleague, Honorable Barbara Creasy, to really look at how we can be climate smart in terms of our agriculture and look at different adaptation mechanisms. We also are going to be looking at various varieties, working with our Agricultural Research Council and others to really look at how do we ensure that our agriculture takes into consideration the reality of climate change. You would know that as a Department of Agriculture, both nationally and provincially, the function of disaster management lie with the Department of Corporation and Local Government. Various municipalities as well as provinces do have some limited assistance on disaster management. Nationally as well, there are particular procedures that have to be followed on the declaration of the disaster. But there are other mechanisms, in my view, that we could look at into the future as to how we can really ensure that we've got insurance products for agriculture that would ameliorate the problems as we do when we put aside money for insurance for our cars and property, so that on rainy days when you've got a challenge, you can claim for it. With respect to the specific matter of the Free State, Western Free State that you have indicated, I hope that we will be able to talk to the MEC of Agriculture in the province to better understand what it is that they are doing and what you can assist me with. You can give me the name of the district which I can forward to my MEC so that she can visit and work with the farmers on how they can be assisted going forward. Thank you.
Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Our country is in the midst of a massive drought, and climate change is having a huge impact. How is it possible that the department has underspent 100 million rand on the budget for forestry and natural resources? This amount was budgeted for drought relief.
Honorable member, indeed, I may not be able to answer your question specifically because I'm not even sure whether that allocation you are referring to was for drought assistance. And whether if it was for drought assistance, it wasn't for farmers who are in the forestry industry. So I would have to investigate. So I wouldn't be able to give you an answer in that regard. Thank you.
Honorable Ndongeni.
Minister, is there any integrated government strategy to mitigate the effect of natural disaster, drought, and storms to productive farming? If not, why? And if so, what are the relevant details? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ndongeni, thank you very much. It goes back to the issue that I answered Honorable Mfaela on, to say we have been working on different approaches that we could put in place to respond to the climate issue in particular, which will cover issues of drought as well as the floods. And I indicated that we are working with the Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Fisheries, because as you know that in the past, each department would have particular interventions, and the way in which the current administration seeks to work, it's in a coordinated way, because the issue of drought as well as flood or any form of natural disasters doesn't only have a bearing on agriculture, but it actually runs across. There might be specific interventions on agriculture, so as in other sectors, but it's important that when we look at our adaptation strategy, we actually do it in an integrated form. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move over to question 147, asked by WASO Camp on aid to mitigate drought effect. And this question is directed to the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Thank you very much. The question by Honorable Ocamp relates specifically on the matter of the Northern Cape. One cannot be able to quantify and indicate in the coming 3 years how much resources will be spent by government to deal with the issue of drought relief. However, the department continues to provide the farming communities in the Northern Cape, those who are affected by drought, with risk reduction support, including early warning information to mitigate the impact of natural hazards and including drought. We must also indicate that we have given drought assistance to the amount of about 30 million as it was announced by the Deputy President, and together with the province and the farming community agreed on the method in which such assistance will be given, particularly on issues of fodder for the animals. So in respect of that, one of the things we have done is to make available few farms and use those as fodder bank so that we can produce fodder, particularly in those areas closer to the Orange River, where we can irrigate in order to assist farmers with the feed. Be the question related to when will the Northern Cape be declared a disaster area. Again, this is a matter that is the competence of the Department of Corporation, Government and Traditional Affairs. What we have done as the National Department working with the province have been to give the necessary information on the assessment that we've done, particularly in the 5 districts that have been affected by the drought, and we've given that information to the relevant department, and we are hopeful that sooner we will get an indication of whether or not the province, particularly the 5 districts, will be declared as disaster. Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Minister. The first supplementary question is by Ocamp.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister, with all due respect, the 30 million rands that was provided to the Department of Agriculture or to the farmers in the Northern Cape is but a small portion of the 640 million that your department said is required. Your department is like an ambulance arriving at an accident scene 7 days after the accident occurred. It is too late, it's too little. My question to you, Honourable Minister, is, since your government has taken too long to react to this drought, breeding herds in not only the Northern Cape but several other provinces, breeding herds have been depleted. Those are herds that's been taken, it's taken a long time to build up those herds. Due to this drought, those herds have now been depleted. Grazing has been trampled to such an extent that it will take much longer than in the past for those grazing to recover. What I'm asking is, we are all aware of the effects that global climate change have and that we are a water-scarce country. What will your department do to ensure that in future you have a faster response time to disasters such as this drought and other disasters in order to mitigate them for our farmers, who, by the way, are the foundation of food security in this country? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ocamp. I must say that I applaud and appreciate Honourable Groenewald, who's in the National Assembly. His attitude in addressing this matter was very positive. He actually appreciated that government doesn't have all the resources to assist in this regard. He invited the Deputy President and myself, visited the Northern Cape, met with the farmers, indicated to the farmers what government was doing and the commitment that government was going to put. You are correct. The analysis of the Department of Agriculture in terms of what would be required to mitigate the problems that the farmers in the 5 districts are facing was indeed 600 million. But what we could give from the Department of Agriculture, not disaster management, which is the function of COGTA, was 30 million, which had actually been made upfront. And farmers, contrary to the way in which you're responding, were very positive. And they appreciated, they even advised us what would be the better mechanism to deliver, further utilizing that resource. Farmers in the Northern Cape themselves offered to government that they would work with smallholder farmers if government were to provide land where they can plant fodder that would continuously assist. So the attitude of farmers on the ground is very different than the way in which you're portraying government's intervention. They actually appreciated it. If government was like an ambulance that came later, surely that 30 million would not have been expended. And remember that this is the 6th year in the Northern Cape that they've been experiencing drought. And in this 6th year, from year 1, the government has been giving resources to assist in the Northern Cape. You can shake your head, good. It may not be enough. But remember what I said, going forward, we need to ensure that, one, in terms of the strategies to respond to the drought region in which we belong as the country would require different farming system that we must employ. Secondly, farmers themselves must provide to actually mitigate when there's challenges like any of you and me included do when, in terms of your car insurance and other insurances. And that is the issue that also our financial institutions must be alive to, that financial services, including insurance for agriculture, should actually be considered not as an incidental issue, but as a norm. And I think we must appreciate what currently the government has been doing. And it's important to remember that as opposed to the past, you have got many farmers that this government must support. You've also got many other areas of need which this government must respond to. I mean, some of the earlier questions that has been asked in this House does indicate the many needs of resources from government that must be expanded to. So I don't really think, at times when we deal with issues like this, we must take the posture that we do, because we are dealing with a natural disaster that has really had serious negative consequences. Some of the farmers have taken their own lives because they can't cope. So I don't think it could be a matter of politicking in the way in which we deal with it. And we must be appreciative of what is being done. Honorable Ocamp, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now we'll move on to Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, as you just said, that there is not enough funds available. But then your government is bailing out SOEs such as the ESCOM, SA Express, and the SABC from the contingency reserve fund, which is there available for unforeseen circumstances. Now, these SOEs are in the position that they are because of mismanagement. Why are we not spending this on the farmers and making sure that we support them, because that is not their own making? Your government claims that we need these SOEs to remain afloat. Let me tell you something, Minister. We also need our farmers. Why has no money been allocated to farmers from the contingency reserve? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And I'm sure this government is your government too. You may not be in the ruling party, but once a government is elected, it's a government for all of us. And I don't think, seated here, the comparisons that are being made are actually justifiable. And it is not true to say government is not looking at supporting the farmers, because it does. Well, I appreciate it's not enough, and I said so myself. And government will never have enough when there are fewer taxpayers than the needs of the country. And those are the balances we have to make. And I'm sure COGTA, when it approaches the Ministry of Finance on these matters of drought, surely it would look at whatever resources that are there to support. The 30 million intervention was to immediately respond while all other processes are undertaken. It doesn't mean that that's the end and be all. And I think it's important for us to really appreciate what is being done. And I would again repeat, farmers of this country are producers that we all need. And in all their permutations, none of us own them, but collectively, these are the producers of this country who ensures our household food security, who ensures our national food security, who ensures that they can contribute to the economy through trade. So, as a Minister of Agriculture, that is why I took my time to go to Namakwaland. That is why I've been to the various areas of our country where farmers are to engage with them. That is why I've been to farmers' meetings to explore what it is that we need to do to deal with the matters that affect farmers, small, big, and medium. Because all of those, they may be smaller at 1 hectare, they produce for their families so that they cannot be hungry. And I think the way in which we need to look at how we approach that constituency, we shouldn't make it sectarian as though it's a them and us who care about them fully. Thank you.
Honorable Njadu. Please sit down, honorable member. What's the point of order?
Punt van orde. As voor die members hand op haar was niet. Voorzitter, u kan vraag daar die tafel. Vraag die tafel personeel daar, voorzitter.
Please
Mijn
sit,
hand was
honorable
voor
member.
allemaal zijn handen op.
Please sit.
Wat is die reden hoekom u mij ondermijnt?
Please sit.
Mijn hand was voor zijn hand op. En voor die ander
It's
zijn
not a
handen
point
op.
of order,
Dit
and
is
I
een
think there's
punt van
something you
orde,
are missing
Dit
as
is
well.
onrechtvaardig.
Yeah, you are noted, but you are not
You're
the
not
person to
noted.
speak now.
It's unfair.
Please sit.
It's unfair, Chairperson.
Please sit. Sit as a belief. Thank you very much. Njadu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister.
Let's see what's the point of order?
House Chairperson, the member of the Economic Freedom Fighters rose on a point of order, and you keep on ignoring his point. We've made certain observations, even previously, that when you are sitting on the chair and presiding over this house, you tend to ignore all four corners of this house, and it's extremely unfair. The member of the Economic Freedom Fighters raised a hand before the member of the DA. So we don't know what criteria are you using. If we raise first, why can't you recognize
In
us
fact, I
first?
can correct you, honorable member, by simply stating the following, that the hands that shot up, that shot up on my left, right at the back there, were not two, but three, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And the two who are now standing.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Please sit, honorable member. Sit as a belief. Express asseblief, please. Please sit. Please sit.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Minister. My question is, what has been the audit outcomes of the funds distributed for drought relief over the last 3 financial years? And what risk mitigation measures are there to ensure that funds are not directed to purposes they are not intended for?
Honorable Member, that's a new question. It is a new question, Honorable Member. I appreciate it. If you don't mind, you can put it on a written form, and I would look at the audit outcomes and give you the necessary response that you want. Thank you.
The last supplementary question is Honorable Arnold.
Baie dankie, voorzitter. Baie dankie. Minister. Minister, can you make use of the translation services? I'm going to ask in Afrikaans. Okay. Thanks. Minister, ek dink u sal saamstem met die ekonomiese vryheidsvegters dat die droogte situasie wat ons het in die land, die aangehoue droogte situasie in die land, het 'n langtermynstrategie nodig om basies met die droogte te handel. En ons weet natuurlik dat die droogte 'n negatiewe impak het op produksie, op die ekonomie en dan ook op werkskepping. En onlangs het die departement van waterwese het juis 'n verslag uitgebring en ondersoek ingestel en gevind dat in 12 maande se tyd is daar 'n afname in ons damme van omtrent 10% van water wat verdwyn. En dit maak 'n omdraaistrategie. My vraag aan u is u as die minister in samewerking met die minister van waterwese, is u in interaksie met mekaar om seker te maak dat daar 'n proaktiewe maatreëls in plek is om seker te maak dat ons op die langtermyn nie opeindig soos wat ons opgeëindig het amper hier in Kaapstad en in die Weskaap, waar daar 'n droogte tyd was, waar daar gesê het day zero, dat ons nie so 'n dag het nie. Is u en die minister in interaksie om seker te maak dat hy plan uitgevoer word? Baie, baie dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Member Arnold. You know it's a new question, but I would answer it. Yes, you have put it through the window. But indeed, the Minister of Water, Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation is working together with myself and other minister on that water master plan, which seeks to look at the situation currently that we have as a country, but also in the long term in the future, and what strategies need to be developed. That would also require particular irrigation systems that, as the agricultural sector, must put in place. It would also ensure that we can look at drought-resistant crops in certain instances. So we are working together. As you know, that apart from water from our own resources in the country, we also get water from our neighboring countries such as Lesotho. So it's important how we work on conservation of water strategies to prepare for the future. So indeed, we are working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next question is question number 163, put to the House by LCC Bebe on women and or youth benefited from procurement and or job creation. The question is directed to the Minister of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Honourable Members. The overall spend on procurement to black-owned companies by the department is 74% and amounts to approximately 415 million. 29% is spent on women and youth-owned companies, and it amounts to 121 million. The department has also initiated workshops with small enterprises on a biannual basis that specifically target black women and youth, with the object of encouraging their registration as prospective suppliers and service providers to the department. From a job creation perspective, the department has implemented a number of empowerment initiatives that support women and youth from previously disadvantaged communities. The Recycling Enterprise Support Program, which awards grants to waste management and recycling SMMEs, primarily owned by youth and women, has generated the following spend over the period: 400 million, or 14% going to women-owned enterprises, 11% or 3.4 million going to youth-owned enterprises. Further, the Recycling Enterprise Support Program is supported through the expanded Public Works Program and has created a total of 28,000 public works opportunities. Of these, 14,000 or 52% go to women, and 20,000 or 70% of the opportunities go to youth. The department continues to expand the EPWP program to ensure that designated groups, and that would include women, youth, and people with disabilities, are prioritized. As part of the Biodiversity Economy program, a total of 540 youth are receiving accredited training in game meat processing through a partnership between the department and ShopRite Checkers. And through the Environmental Learnership Program, the department recruits 100 youth every year from universities. These students are then placed in work-integrated learning, and they are also allocated mentors and coaches who make sure that that year is fruitful and supportive of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bebe. Honorable Bebe.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your detailed answer. Minister, as we know that environmental affairs, your forestry and fisheries sector is one of the most untransformed sectors. What progress has the department made in terms of ensuring that these historical legacies are transformed and further ensure the benefits derived in these sectors are enjoyed by all? Thank you so much, Chair.
Minister?
I think it's a new question, but I can answer your honourable member. In fisheries, we are currently in the process of allocating 15-year fishing rights to 10,000 small fisher persons who are organised in co-ops along all of our coastal communities. I began the programme 2 weeks ago in the Ugu district in KwaZulu-Natal. In the month of November, we will be dealing with fishing rights of small communities in the Eastern Cape, and we hope in December to be addressing the same issues in the Western Cape. Obviously, many of these small fisher persons are women, and there would also be young people who would be involved in these programs. With regard to forestry, this is an area that we are currently working on. We believe that there are opportunities to hand out land to historically disadvantaged communities in the forestry sector, and we also see that there are opportunities to have partnerships with the major forestry companies that would further beneficiate women, youth, and other people from historically disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Bula?
Nakensa Chairperson. Minister, kuya hi nhlamuselo ya n'wehe leyi mi nga yi hlamula, ni twa yi nga khumbi kahelo timhaka ta ku hlohlotela vamanana va le makaya na vantshwa va le makaya. Se na ta tiva ku ka ndzawulo ya n'wehe hi tihi ti-program leti mi ti endlaka ku hlohlotela vamanana va le makaya na vantshwa va le makaya leswaku va participate ka program leyi? Na khensa.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for the question. Most of the programs that we have under Working for Water and Working on Fire are programs that specifically target women and youth. Again, they are poverty alleviation initiatives, but there are also programs in those rural areas that would include the recycling initiatives that I spoke about earlier, as well as other initiatives to these initiatives that I was speaking about in the forestry sector will primarily be targeted at women, youth, and other people from historically disadvantaged communities in rural areas.
Thank you very much, Minister. Next question is from Honorable Labuskachne.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, whilst it is wonderful that these many women and youth, as you described to us, benefited from procurement in your department, and that you intend to increase the participation for these groups, your department is struggling to solve procurement irregularities at the moment. One of the most recent investigations was launched by the Public Service Commission, appointing a high-profile investigating team to look into allegations of tender fraud and factional wars in their department. What steps are your department taking to eliminate procurement irregularities, and can you guarantee this House that the opportunities created for women and youth are not in fact hampered by corruption?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. In fact, when we presented our audit outcomes before the Portfolio Committee in the National Assembly, I had made an undertaking that all irregular expenditure will be investigated by independent forensic auditors, and I have already issued instructions to all of the branches and also to all of our entities that needs to take place. There can be absolutely no space in our department for those who would want to prevent anyone, but in particular people from historically disadvantaged communities, from not benefiting from the opportunities that are available. Corruption is not a victimless crime. Corruption is a crime that affects those who live under conditions of poverty the most.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I'm now in a difficulty. I have a note in front of me that says that the next speaker is supposed to be Honourable Mthethwa. Now, Mthethwa is not in the house. I mean, I've looked over. Now I must look for his look-alike. I suspect is Honourable Mfaela. Is it you? You want to speak? No. Okay. You're not. So Mthethwa is not in the house. So you want to speak? I can give you an opportunity. Now I'm saying that Mthethwa is not in the house. We're moving on. Yeah. Thank you very much. We'll then move on to question 142, asked by Honourable Labuskachne on anti-Abalone poaching plans. And the question is directed to the Minister of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, the department has plans to combat abalone poaching. These interventions are planned and implemented as part of the Enhanced Coordinated Compliance and Enforcement Programme of Initiative 5 of Operation Phakisa. Integrated teams at national and provincial level, as well as local law enforcement, are deployed under the NAT joints to combat abalone poaching, which is a threat in a number of coastal regions, particularly in the Western Cape. During Phakisa Initiative 5 operations in 2018-19, confiscations were made of abalone worth 21.3 million, as well as equipment used in illegal activities worth more than 5 million. In the first 6 months of the current financial year, confiscations of abalone and equipment associated with poaching and trafficking were made to the value of 3.6 million. The most recent deployment of the integrated Phakisa teams is to the Overberg region, which began towards the end of September. As a result of these interventions, there has been a noticeable reduction in illegal harvesting activities. A number of arrests have been made, as well as confiscations of vehicles, equipment, vessels, and abalone. Deployment in this area will continue in line with the proactive and reactive strategies set out in the operational plan. With regard to question 2, The implementation of plans aimed at combating this poaching remains structured under the Enhanced and Coordinated Compliance and Enforcement Program, as I explained earlier, which is an initiative of Operation Pakisa under the NAT joints. As Initiative 5 focuses on joint operations in the maritime environment with multiple role players with different jurisdictions, the NAT joints is used to execute proactive and reactive operations, thereby acting as a force multiplier for the department's own resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Labuskachne.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think you are well aware of the fact that when the Initiative 5 and NAT joints operations become effective in one area, the crime moves on to another area. And therefore, I just want to say, and what I think you know, is research indicated that illegal abalone trade is 4.5 times more than rhino horn and 3.2 times more than ivory trade. An average of 2,174 tons per year over the past 17 years, with an average value of 628 million rand a year, are being poached. These devastating figures can be attributed to ongoing organized crime. Minister, will you, as the lead department or agency, please undertake and support the following in our effort to address this absolute maritime crisis? First is to pursue in Cabinet that abalone poaching be recognized as a priority crime, as well as categorized as an organized crime to ensure maximum sentences. The second one, to advocate that abalone is classified as a protected species under the National Environmental Biodiversity Management Act of 2004. And the third one, include abalone under the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species on Wild Fauna and Flora. And we as parliamentarians will do our deal to contribute to the amending of these acts if we have your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Labuskachne. Together with the National Department of Safety, we have developed a wildlife crime strategy. That strategy has not yet been brought before Cabinet. I have had a meeting with Minister Bekele about 2 weeks ago to request him, because his department is responsible, to request him to bring that particular memorandum before Cabinet, because in that memorandum, one of the species that would be identified as a priority crime species would be abalone. You would know at the moment rhino poaching is identified as a priority crime. I think that one of the things that we are going to be doing is to set up a special team of experts to look at the whole issue of the abalone fishery. You would understand that if we make it a protected species and if we put it under CITES, it de facto will close the fishery. And I think that one of the things we've always got to think about is, if you don't find legal ways for people to engage in the harvesting of abalone, they might then find illegal ways of doing that, which, as we know, they have already done. Part of the reason of putting up that task team is so that they can give me overall advice as to how we are going to deal with the impact that illegal harvesting has had on the fish stocks, and what measures we should be taking to ensure that there is a recovery of those fish stocks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Morenchia Gillian.
Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Minister, coming from the Western Cape, and also not from the DA, and also from the Overberg region, where abalone poaching has become such, it has become such a thing that, that people are only looking at the high level of the poaching. But also in these communities, small fishermen who don't have another need of another source of income are also doing it to put food on the table. Now, the small-scale fishermen, I fully agree with the high level of what the department's plans are. But the small-scale fishermen who don't have anything to put on the table, I think, Minister, if maybe you can just tell us how the small-scale policy, the implementation of the small-scale policy in the industry will also assist the small-scale fishermen whose eyes was also on poaching. How will that assist the department to on a low level, scale down abalone poaching? Thank you.
Through you, Honourable Chairperson. I think that that's a very important question. I was explaining to the Honourable Member in a previous question that we are in the process of starting to give out 15-year rights to small-scale fisher persons. And I think that what we need to understand is that these small-scale fishing people have never had legitimate legal rights. And the consequence of that is that when people can't get through the front door, they're going to climb through the windows. And I think that many activities which are regarded as so-called poaching can be the activities of individuals who legitimately need to feed their families and who legitimately need to be creating a livelihood for themselves. And that is why we have prioritized over the last 4 months sorting out the issue of rights for small-scale fishing people. Unless we do that, we will never solve the problem of so-called poaching in Western Cape communities. There is a basket of species that we are putting on the table for small-scale fishing people. It includes finfish, it includes oysters, mussels, octopus, prawns, limpets, abalone, lobster. And I think the intention is to try and give individuals a legitimate way of feeding their families, but we're also organizing these small fishing communities into cooperatives, and the idea is that through their involvement in these cooperatives, they should also be able to create a commercial livelihood for people who are members of the cooperative. And until we do that, we are never going to get a proper handle on this thing called poaching. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Drought.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I want to know if you can perhaps tell us how many officials or inspectors are being investigated or have been arrested as a result of these investigations that you have lodged that might have failed to act in the prevention of abalone poaching or might have been complicit in these illegal activities.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I don't think it's a secret that the branch of fisheries that we are inheriting as the Department of Environment has not been a well-run branch, and there are several officials who are facing disciplinary charges for a range of, can I call them illicit activities? Some of those officials are currently before disciplinary proceedings. Where it comes to light that other officials who are supposed to be monitoring and acting as referees have in fact become players for the other team, we will take action, just as we have taken action against those against whom we currently have evidence.
Thank you very much. The fourth supplementary question comes from Mtamai.
Ke a leboga, modulasetulo, Letona. The problem of poaching must be tackled systematically where there are multinational criminals exploiting our marine resource illegally. There are also South Africans from fishing communities across the country who have been denied opportunity to make a living out of marine resource. What plans do you have in place to ensure that the exploitation of our marine resource is being done in a marine manner that is inclusive of community who have been deprived on fishing for generations?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think, first of all, you are absolutely right that one needs to make a distinction between those aspects of poaching that involve syndicated crime. And we know that in abalone poaching, there is definitely involvement of gangs, of syndicated crime, and there are definitely reports that abalone poaching is linked to the narcotics trade. But we would also agree with you, and I think that this relates to the answer that I was giving to Honourable Morencha, that part of the reason why you have so-called poaching is because for generations, people who live in coastal communities have been denied their legitimate right to harvest food and commercial value from the sea. And that is precisely why over the last 4 months we have prioritized giving rights to 10,000 small fisher persons. The process, as I've already explained, in KwaZulu-Natal, the Northern Cape and the Eastern Cape is well underway. In the Western Cape, I have visited fishing communities throughout the province, and one of the issues that they have brought to my attention is that they do not feel that the process of registering them has been fair and transparent, because the percentage of people who failed to be registered is considerably higher than those who succeeded in being registered. And as a result of that, we have put in an independent audit so that we can make sure that where people have been excluded from the registration process, there are good reasons, and that it isn't being done for nepotistic reasons. But it is our intention that those who have already qualified in the Western Cape should be given their rights in December, because what we understand is that the fishing season for these fishing people is a summer season, and we would not want to delay them the opportunity to fish in the current summer season. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Minister. The next question is question 164. And this question was initially tabled by W. Ngwenya, but it's since been replaced by Ndongen, Honorable Ndongen. The question is about improvement on waste management and is directed to the Minister of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you to the Honourable Member. The support to local government on waste management matters aims to respond to the following problems. 1, lack of infrastructure and equipment. 2, large service backlogs. 3, inadequate planning for waste services. 4, poor integration of industry waste management plans in the IDPs of municipalities. 5, the profile of waste management is lower than the provision of other basic services. 6, bylaws are not developed. And 7, there's an absence of appropriate and audited data. Intergovernmental structures have been set up to ensure cooperative governance mechanisms are implemented to support local government to improve waste management for the sustainable use of resources. And these intergovernmental structures cover provincial and national level, provincial, local and district level, and direct support to local government, where we have placed officials in all 44 district municipalities to support both the district and the local municipalities. In addition to that, we have undertaken the following interventions. First of all, we are in the process of amending the MRG policy framework, and these amendments should be tabled by March 2020. And what this will allow is a situation where money that is allocated for MRG can be also used for the provision of waste services and not just for the provision of landfills and other infrastructure. Secondly, we are assisting municipalities to develop and review their integrated waste management plans. We are providing annual capacity building to municipal officials and councillors on various waste topics, depending on the training needs of each particular municipality. We've also developed model waste bylaws so that municipalities can take those model bylaws and amend them for their own situations. We're helping them to implement the Good Green Deeds program, which was launched by President Ramaphosa in March. And the idea of the Good Green Deeds program is where we have huge build-ups and backlogs in waste collection, is to conduct regular cleanup campaigns. Municipalities have also been assisted with licensing of 328 unlicensed landfill sites to develop a framework for compliance. And lastly, we have developed standard designs for material recovery facilities. And the idea of these material recovery facilities is these would be the buyback centers, where we would be encouraging members of the community to be bringing things like glass, plastic, paper, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Honorable Ndongeni.
Minister, inadequate waste services led to unpleasant living conditions and contamination of the environment. What processes are in place to address the historical backlog of waste service between urban areas and rural areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think that this is a very important question, because what we know in our country is that at the moment only 65% of households have regular weekly collection of their waste. And if you look at where is the 35% where there isn't regular collection of waste, almost 100% of that is in rural areas. And you would find that areas such as the Eastern Cape, the far northern parts of KwaZulu-Natal, those areas in particular would be having a very extreme situation with regard to no waste collection. But what you would see from the kind of work we're doing to support municipalities, another problem is not only is there not regular waste collection, but if communities have to take their own waste somewhere in order to dispose of it, there are not necessarily any licensed areas that can receive that waste. And the consequence of that is that you would have the widespread dumping that you would have. The reason why we are working with local government on amending the MRG policy is because in many instances municipalities do not have the budget to effect regular waste services. And while services such as electricity and water are subsidized through the free basic service mechanism, there is no mechanism currently to subsidize waste collection. And that is why we are working on this particular amendment, because we think that it will assist municipalities that are in distress. But you would understand that this process, it's an extremely complicated process, because it relates to the weaknesses of municipalities, it relates to lack of revenue streams of those municipalities, but it also relates to questions of lack of infrastructure. It is why we are also looking at the whole issue of establishing buyback centers for waste, so that, honourable members, we are putting a monetary value to waste. Because if people can start to see various waste streams as income streams and revenue streams, there might be a greater willingness to be returning those particular waste streams that are causing major problems in the environment, like plastic, to the buyback centres so that we can divert them from either landfills or environmental degradation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Next question will come from Honourable Labuskachne.
Thank you. You've touched on the monetary value of waste, and I would like to ask and say that the current narrow approach to cost effectiveness in waste management focuses on the monetary values of the service. However, a broader approach considers South African socio-economic challenges, equity policy, the Bill of Rights, and environmental costs, as you referred to, in a way, and impact of waste management, all of which result in significant costs and impacts that are not accounted in the current financial accounting systems in most municipalities. Has the department ever performed a full cost accounting exercise for waste management? And if so, what was the outcome of such a study? And what would be the implications for municipal waste management? And if it's not been done, do you think it would be worthwhile to do so?
Honourable Member, I'm sure you agree that's a new question. If you give it to me in writing, I will find out for you. But I think that where we agree with you is that if, as I was saying to the previous honourable member, if we are serious about introducing this concept of the circular economy, and the concept of the circular economy is that every product, when it has fulfilled its current life, is the raw material for another product, instead of being a product that is discarded. If we have to introduce that concept properly, then obviously we have to think about how do we monetize waste on the one side, but on the other, we've also got to think about the issue of the extended producer responsibility. So when we look at issues such as plastic bags and tires, both of those commodities have a tax on them, which is paid by the consumer. And the idea of that tax is that that tax money must be used for the life cycle of that particular product. We can debate here whether that has been effectively done. But in my view, that is really where we have to go with waste. Because I don't think that we have enough space in our country for our growing population and all of the waste it will produce if that waste is all going to be put into landfills. And we've got to, on a much more serious basis, start to address the question of the circular economy and the reuse of commodities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last supplementary question comes from China Dodov. Honorable China.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your responses, especially when you're dealing with the challenges that are facing municipalities around financing, waste management, as well as the technology thereof. But one of the biggest problems is lack of public awareness on the part of the communities, especially around the issues of sanitary improvements. Does the department have a plan in working with municipalities to attend that particular area of public awareness? Thank you.
I think that's a really important question, Honourable Member. You would be aware that over many, many years there have been lots of public awareness campaigns around littering. The question that we have to ask is, why have they not changed behaviour? One of the issues that we are currently researching as a department is whether we can do a baseline study on citizen understanding of environmental questions. And one of those questions would obviously be the issue of why it is that you shouldn't throw waste into the environment. The reason we want to do that is that we don't think that it's productive to spend more money on so-called citizen awareness campaigns unless we understand how we will measure the success, against what will we measure the success of those particular campaigns. So we've got lots of outreach programs that are working in schools. We have the Good Green Deeds, we do a community awareness, but immediately you leave that community, people will go back to disposing of waste in ways that we would not prefer. So one of the things we've said is, let's do this baseline study, but let's also look at the question of, if we have to do public awareness campaigns, how do you disaggregate your publics? Because the public is not just one amorphous mass. And the reasons that people litter are not the same. Particularly given the fact that you could have people who think it's wrong to throw their rubbish on the side of the road, but they don't have an alternative. So if we are going to raise citizen awareness about where you shouldn't throw your rubbish, you've also got to be in a position to tell them where they can throw it. And I don't think from the work that we've been doing that we can answer that question in all municipalities. Thank you very much.
Honourable Arnold.
Minister, baie dankie. Ons weet dat die grondwet van ons land gee die versekering aan ons se burgers van die land wanneer dit kom by die omgewing, en ook dat die burgers van die land het die reg volgens afdeling 24 van die grondwet, afdeling 24 en die seksie wat handel oor die omgewing, afdeling 2. Die reg op 'n omgewing wat nie skadelik is vir die gesondheid van ons mense nie. En u het nou gepraat oor die departement wat ook betrokke is by plaaslike regering om ondersteuning te bied vir hulle geïntegreerde afvalbestuurplan. My vraag aan u is, daar is baie stortingsterreine wat in naby informele nedersettings is, wat 'n negatiewe impak het op die gemeenskap en veral kinders. Wat is die minister van plan om daarop te doen? Ons weet dat die plaaslike regering se mandaat is afvalbestuur, maar wat is die minister van plan om te doen in terme van dit, aangesien u ook ondersteuning bied daar? Dankie.
Minister. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think that what I've explained, that there are at least 7 or 8 different ways in which we're supporting municipalities. But I think that if you're talking about how do you make sure that you remove the refuse which is on the outskirts of informal settlements, which I think is the fundamental objective that we would be wanting to achieve, there would be 2 things that we are doing. In terms of solving the long-term problem, what I explained is that we're trying to amend the regulatory environment around MIG so that municipalities can utilize the MIG grant for the purchasing of refuse trucks
and for the actual process of waste collection. So that's the long-term solution that we're trying to effect. But in terms of the short term, it is exactly those kinds of dump sites that we would be targeting with our Good Green Deeds program, so that we make sure that on an ad hoc basis we are cleaning up and removing that refuse while we are implementing the longer term program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Before we continue, let me remind members that follow-up questions is taking 2 minutes. So let us just stick to the 2 minutes. The next question is question 145 from the Honourable Labuschagne from the Western Cape to the Minister of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Prior to this declaration of intent being signed, there was no specific cooperation on environmental issues with the Kingdom of Denmark, and both parties agreed that it will be beneficial to formalize our cooperation on environmental issues, given the global environmental challenges being faced currently. The declaration of intent is non-binding, and its primary objective is to provide an overarching framework for cooperation between South Africa and the Kingdom of Denmark on the following areas: the circular economy and industrial symbiosis, environmental monitoring, compliance and enforcement, sustainable consumption and cleaner production, greening of the economy and climate change adaptation. Furthermore, the declaration creates the opportunities for South Africa and Danish stakeholders, both public and private, to foster partnerships, particularly in the field of the green transition, sustainable development and climate change adaptation. It also creates an enabling environment to stimulate mutually beneficial exchanges of information, best practice and lessons learned, as well as joint projects and initiatives. Furthermore, the declaration will also create an opportunity for organizing technical training, seminars, study groups, and so on. South Africa has already joined the P4G, Partner for Green Growth, and the Global Goals 2030 initiative as part of our collaboration with the Danish government. The P4G program aims at addressing and advancing innovative solutions, both with start-up and scale-up funding support options within the thematic areas, inclusive of cities, renewable energy, water, food and agriculture, and other areas that would be aligned to government's program of action. The next phase of our discussions will focus on developing and implementing the plan for the declaration of intent, which will identify more specific areas of collaboration.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Labuschagne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Minister, for the comprehensive answer. I would like to know that you've mentioned that there would be startup funding on green energy and projects as one of the things. And it is obvious then that signing this intent that any financial assistance or cooperation will be contingent on us using it to either mitigate and or adaptation to climate change. A huge impediment for us here in our country is this disproportionate amount of power that unions like USATU wield in derailing policies that are not in their interest when we're trying to address these things. Does your department intend to stand up to the unions in order to enact the needed green transitions as you described in this intent? Thank you.
Well, I don't know where the Honourable Labuschagne gets her information from, but my own interaction with the union movement does not indicate to me that there's an allergy there to renewable energy. I'm sure that you're aware that my counterpart, the Minister of Minerals and Energy, has recently announced an integrated resource plan. I think we are extremely happy as the Department of Environment with that integrated resource plan, because what you would know is it would increase the component of renewables to 34%. So I think that government's intention in this regard is clear. Thank you.
Honorable Dango.
Your department needs to be congratulated for partnering for the Green Growth and Global Goals 2030 with the Danish government. Please inform this House of some of the other international agreements regarding this matter.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dango. I don't have with me available in this session all of our agreements, but I can tell you that we have agreements across the globe with countries as diverse as Canada, Rwanda, Germany, Sweden. So there are many different agreements, and if you give me a written question in this regard, I will give you a full list of them, but there are many. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable High.
Lighty. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Minister. Minister, I just want to find out why we not rather have an agreement that is ratified by Parliament instead of having this declaration of intent, which is not binding. Why shouldn't we rather have an agreement or in the form of a bilateral with the Kingdom of Denmark? That is binding and ratified by Parliament. Thanks.
Question, Minister.
I suppose the reason is that we would want to explore the effectiveness of the partnership and the appetite from both parties, and once one is assured that this is a long-term relationship, I think that then one would be looking at formalizing it a bit more. I suppose you don't really want to enter into a marriage until you know that this is somebody you want to be with for the rest of your life.
Understandable. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I didn't see any indication of another follow-up, so we'll go to 165. Order, members. We'll go to 165. It's the question of Ms. Tisi Modise to the Minister of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries.
With reference to the forestry and fisheries portfolios and the budgets, which are still with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, the transition has not yet taken place but is in progress in line with the National Macro-Organizational Governance process. The National Micro-Organizational Governance, which has got the horrible acronym of NMOG process, is a process and is in progress, and we are currently submitting the departmental structure and to the Department of Public Service and Administration for approval. After approval is received from the DBSA, as mentioned above, National Treasury approval is needed to change the appropriation bill to include the new structure in the budget process, which we hope will take place in November, December 2019. The agreed upon figures are then transferred and incorporated in the estimates of national expenditure for 2020. Finalization and agreement on these figures ought to take place by the 24th of October. Well, that's already come and gone. The estimates of national expenditure for 2020 are then tabled in Parliament in February 2020, and from the 1st of April 2020, the newly established department will operate, including the newly transferred functions. What is currently happening is that we have an agreement together with the Department of Agriculture that we take joint decisions on all major matters so that we are both aware of everything that is happening in the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. Follow up.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Minister, given the fiscal consolidation framework and poor performance of our economy, what are the departmental programs most likely to be affected by budget cuts or shortfall? How does the department intend to remedy the situation, Honorable Minister? Thank you.
Unless you feel it's a new question.
Well,
But you can,
well, it's a new
if you have
question,
any
but-
response, you can.
But
you
I
can
guess the result, the answer is generic. And the answer is you have to make do within the fiscal envelope. So what you have to do is you have to look at where are there areas of underperformance in the department, where has there historically been underperformance in the department, do we find areas where a particular branch is meeting its target but not spending its budget, in which case maybe it's got too much, and then you are going to have to make adjustments amongst branches so that you give everybody a fair chance to enable them to undertake their operations. Thank you.
Honorable Molitsane.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, maane hola Zastron, hula hatalwa project ya dihlapi mo, me iputlame, ebile moaha wa teng o fetolela ala mashodu, hobane ha ba fumane dithuso. So I just want to know what action will be taken against the departmental officials who are failing to avail or they are misdirecting the budget for what it's meant for. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I don't have the details of that particular project, but if you can give them to me, I will investigate. I'm assuming it must be an aquaculture project if it's an inland fishing project, and I would be very pleased to receive those details and I will investigate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Nabaskarni.
Thank you. Chairperson, thank you, Minister. The Department of Environmental Affairs opposed some of the policy positions of the fishery portfolio it is about to inherit. Examples include the small-scale fisheries identified in conservation priority areas such as St. Lucia and the sites selected for coastal marine aquaculture, developments associated with Operation Pakisa in Algoa Bay and Langebaan. Minister, how do you foresee to resolve these challenges when this department, when fisheries and aquaculture and all those are becoming part of your department?
Once again, Minister, let me remind you, although it seems to be in line with this question, it is definitely new information. So you can respond or you can decide how to deal with it.
Honourable Member, I think that we would have to sit down as a department, and we are already doing that in the process of looking at what would be the regulatory functions of the current Department of Environment, and those regulatory functions would currently be happening in the Oceans and Coasts branch. And then we would need to look at where would there be a potential conflict of interest, and we would have to look at how do we manage that. And one can understand that there could be similar issues around forestry, and forestry, both those branches, by the way, have historically been in this department, then they were moved out. So I think that if you want chapter and verse on our approach on this, I would suggest that you submit a written question because it is a matter that we would be addressing ourselves to.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Karim. Are you all right? Okay, so this, what you were doing was not indication. Fine. No, then it's fine. It's fine. Thank you. No, otherwise, Otherwise, the sun was just rising there from your side. Honorable, the next and final question to the Minister of Environmental Affairs is question 146 from Ms. Kathy Labuskaghni.
Sorry, Chair, I do have the answer to this question, but I think I've got it as 144. But anyway, a number of prominent South African scientists made key contributions to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 2018 report. South Africa expressed to other parties at COP24 that it welcomes the 1.5-degree report and regards it as a valuable and timely contribution to the global effort to address climate change. The report highlights that we are currently already experiencing climate change, especially in Africa, and that globally efforts to meet the Paris temperature goals are extremely important. South Africa is considering the complex implications of this report for our national climate change policy. President Ramaphosa, in his statement to the UN Secretary-General's Climate Change Summit on the 23rd of September, made clear our intention to revise our nationally determined contribution to take into account the latest science as reflected in the report. The NDC contains both adaptation and mitigation components, both of which will be updated to reflect the science. Updating our NDCs presents an opportunity to facilitate clarity on the means of implementation, transparency and understanding of future NDCs, as well as on the NDC determined contribution, accounting, adaptation components, and the enhanced transparency framework. In the case of South Africa, this will be done within the context of sustainable development. The estimated period for submitting enhanced NDCs to the United Nations Framework Convention is in the third quarter of 2020, and implementation for the nationally determined contribution should commence by the end of 2020. At the same time, on a national level, our climate change bill will provide a national legal framework for climate action, including regular consideration of the latest science. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Follow up, Honorable Labuskaghni. Oh, Honorable Labuskaghni, ek sal jou mos daarmee vergeet nie. Hoe is dit dat jy al klaar op jou voete is?
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I thank you, Minister. You're quite right. You answered the question on question 144. On our oral paper, it is referred to as a question in excess. So something had happened in the questions office that's not your fault or my fault, because the question that's on the paper here was on the prevention of pesticides and things in the rivers, and that was question 146. So there's a little bit of a mix-up. Yes.
Are you calling order? So you not address the chair if you are calling order. Because I heard you say, Honorable Minister, but so I didn't really attend to it. What is the issue? But in any case, the Minister says she's ready with a response. In fact, it seems as if she didn't respond to the correct one. If you allow, she can respond now.
My apologies, Honourable Member. On the 10th of September 2019, the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries published regulations that phase out and ban certain persistent organic pollutants to protect human health and the environment, keeping in line with the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, to which South Africa is a member. These regulations prescribe the requirements for the phase-out of the use, production, distribution, import and export, as well as setting out specific timeframes during which all listed substances must be completely phased out. These substances include, and there's a long list here of 5 substances. Honourable Member, I think that you probably have the written version and you won't test my Greek and Latin, by making me read them out. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Labuschagne. Do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Minister. Minister, seeing in the fact that these regulations has been published, and even before the regulations, that there are certain environmental laws that prohibit the pollution of rivers. We are all aware of the excessively large environmental disaster that have occurred in the Duzi River. Drinking water was made completely unusable for the local communities, and cleanup efforts to mitigate the effects of this disaster are going to take years. Does your department intend to criminally charge the CEO and or company or companies or any other liable person who were criminally negligent allowing this disaster to occur?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
I'm going to not do anything. Right. Thank you. Honourable Member, at this stage, I can't answer that question. We did send officials to that particular site of contamination. We have been working together with officials from the province and also from the municipality. The exact outcome and direction of that investigation, I'm not in a position to tell you at this sitting. I think that that's something that specifics that you can write to me about. I can answer it. But I think what is important to say is that I did visit the city of eThekwini.
Order, Honorable Members. Please order. Can there be order in this house? And you may continue, Minister.
I did visit the city of eThekwini together with President Ramaphosa's district visit the week before last. I took that opportunity to have a meeting with my counterpart in the province as well as the manager of the city. We have set up a task team to look at the question of many matters relating to enforcement that would relate to a whole range of spills that have recently occurred in that area, both in the rivers and also into the harbour, to look at how we will more effectively coordinate and work together to prevent those incidents from happening in the first place, but to take better remedial action when and if they do occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Zandamela.
No, thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, we welcome that there's a new regulation, but we just want to find out why did the department take so long to penalize those who were applying the pesticides and the other contaminations, and what will be the consequences moving forward when after maybe they defaulted also on the regulation. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think that what is important for the Honourable Member to understand is that environment is a competence which is shared between national government, provincial government and local government. Often, particularly in metros, the enforcement officials are at local government level. And one of the reasons that we have set up this particular task team in the city of eThekwini is to understand why these officers are not carrying out their enforcement functions and to understand how we strengthen them in terms of doing that. We do have our green scorpions, who we do send into situations like that, but you would understand that as a national department, we really require the municipalities to be regularly monitoring what effluent is being placed into the rivers by industries which they have licensed and which they've received the money to have licensed. Because obviously in issuing those licenses, they would also be taking into account the fact that they would need to be monitoring what those industries do. So part of the reason why we've set up that particular task team is to try and understand why is this enforcement role, which is primarily a municipal role in this instance, why is it not happening properly, and how do we strengthen it and enable it to happen properly? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chair and Deputy Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I think you'll be the first to acknowledge that your department and the compliance officers can't be everywhere that they'd like to be. I think that the big challenge that we're facing is the lack of awareness of who to approach when these things go wrong. And I think as Joe Public is faced with an issue and spots dumping in the rivers or spots something like this, they often are not aware of who to contact and where to go. Obviously, that means that some marketing needs to be done, but also some cooperation between departments. And I'd like to ask you, therefore, Minister, is there an agreement between your department and the Department of Police, which most people would see it as their first line of contact for some sort of compliance, to train and make police officers aware of environmental laws, let them know who they can speak to, and ensure that they are equipped in opening and investigating cases where environmental laws have been violated? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
As I was explaining to the previous honourable member, I don't think that this enforcement function is primarily the responsibility of the police. Yes, there are instances where there are environmental crimes and where we would need as either the provincial, national or local government to be reporting those crimes to the police. And in particular instances such as the spill that we were talking about, the police were on site in that particular instance. But I think the key thing is that there are enforcement officers at every level of government, and those enforcement officers are not doing their work. I think that part of what we would need to think about and look at is how does the hotline system work? So that, because each municipality there would be numbers that people would be phoning for a range of issues pertaining to municipalities, but perhaps we need to look at whether there is an integrated environmental hotline. Thank you very much.
Honorable Smith, jy hoef nie tussen te vloek, ek gee jou nou die beurt. You can speak.
Baie dankie, geachte adjunkvoorsitter. Honourable Minister, you answered the Honourable Ryder's question, around if there's spills, and you also said that if, it's basically municipalities or at municipal level where enforcement needs to take place. My question is, in cases where municipalities themselves are in contravention of the NEMA Act and Water Act and so forth, and cases are opened at the police don't know. I had a similar case. I opened a case against the municipal manager of Mogalakwena local municipality. Unfortunately, it was an acting manager because we've got this constant rotating of acting.
Your question, your 2 minutes is going.
Chair, no, the police didn't even know how to open the case. I had to make copies of the act to supply to them, to explain to them in terms of what. And they kept on coming back to me saying that what damage to your property that you have. And the more I explained to them, but in terms of the act, there's a contradiction. So in terms of, can I be protected, Deputy Chair? Can I be protected? Can I be protected? Thank you. How do we ensure that municipalities are also kept accountable in the same way that industry is? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. Honorable Nana, Honorable Smith doesn't need you to defend him. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Member, I think that this is where the issue of the concomitant powers comes in. Because if a municipality is not carrying out its enforcement roles, or if the municipality itself is breaching the act, then you need to be bringing in the province, or you need to be bringing in the national government. So I think that you're looking for the wrong remedy to the problem. I don't think that it is necessarily appropriate to be bringing in the police. You need to be bringing in the province to look at this problem, or you can report the problem to us so that we can see what remedial action needs to be taken.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries. Thank you very much for the responses. That deals with the questions that was particularly to you. We will now continue, and we will request and welcome the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, and request that he start to respond on question 139. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Minister, question 139.
Question 139 from Honorable Smith.
Honorable Minister, can you continue, please?
The question 139 from Honorable Smith is in two parts. When an application for prospecting right or mining right is lodged, the applicant is required to simultaneously lodge an application for an environmental authorization. Depending on the activities to be undertaken, the applicant will be required to submit either the basic assessment report or the full scope and EIA as per listing notices in as far as the application of environmental authorization is concerned. The document applicable and the document or applicable report shall be compiled as prescribed by EIA regulations. The decision on environmental authorization application precedes the actual granting and subsequent issuing of prospecting or mining right. When the due process has been followed, the EA application, the granting of the prospecting or mining right will be considered, taking into account and into consideration the outcome of such application as per the criteria. When necessary, the pre-inspection is also arranged. The provision of both National Environmental Management Act and EIA regulations are duly followed in this regard. The second part, the Department of Mineral Resources indeed works very closely with the Department of Environment, Forest and Fisheries. It is imperative to firstly indicate that the one environmental system was established to ensure that these departments can work closely in ensuring that environmental sustainability is fully considered as part of any development, especially relating to mining. To this end, as part of environmental authorization applications, if any interested or affected party seeks to appeal, the decision made by the Department of Mineral Resources, the Minister of Environment, Forest and Fisheries is the appeal authority. Furthermore, the departments are working closely together on a number of task teams formulated under the Interdepartmental Project Implementation Committee. This task team are tasked to deal with, among others, all aspects relating to environmental authorization application process, the formulation and alignment of legislation, regulation and guidelines, as well as formulation of mechanisms to deal with the compliance and enforcement aspects by the environmental management inspectors and environmental mineral resource inspectors. Continuously meetings are held in this regard. That is the answer to question 139.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Smith, is there a follow-up?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, can you then please explain to us how did it happen that prospecting rights were issued in the ecological sensitive and protected Niles Vlei for the Volspruit mine in Limpopo, as well as prospecting rights awarded to Mazaldwane on the southern border of Marlof Park and Lionsspruit at the Kruger National Park in Mpumalanga, which is a World Heritage Site? And how will you ensure that this is stopped now and not repeated ever again?
People apply and they follow all the processes in the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. And the environmental aspects are done jointly with the Department of Environment, Fisheries, Forestry and Fisheries. If there is unhappiness about the outcome, the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries is the appeal body. So anybody has a right to appeal to the relevant ministry. And at this point in time, we never had a conflict over those appeals. If the appeal overturns the decision of the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, we do comply. So in future, we will comply. There are few cases where we're forced to comply, particularly in Mpumalanga, and we've complied.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, my concern in this regard with Mazaldwane is that these mining rights were given even though this company committed plagiarism by copying verbatim an environmental impact assessment from a Limpopo coal mine. My question to you is, how is it possible that your department was not able to detect this blatant attempt at plagiarism? And what will your department do in future to prevent any plagiarism happening with any other applications that will be sent through? Thank you.
Minister, you can respond, but you don't have to respond to something that is now asked that is new.
But all I'm bringing to the attention of the member is that we have 16 offices countrywide. Officials do cooperate. I don't know at what point does it become plagiarism or sharing of information. Because if I'm processing a particular application, there is another department in another province that is experienced. I do refer to that province for reference. But if there's plagiarism and there's unhappiness, as I said, any affected party can appeal that decision. And if it is overturned, we'll comply.
Honorable Plenary.
Inkosi kakhulu Sekela Sihlalo. Mphathiswa, does your department have the capacity and willingness to hold mining companies that flout environmental laws accountable? I ask this because we know that mining companies are never held responsible for acid mine drainage in Mpumalanga. And mining companies have left the coast of Namakwaland damaged forever. And they have done nothing to rehabilitate that landscape. Tiger.
Honorable Member, can you sit down and put off the mic, please? Honorable Minister, you may respond.
Let me repeat this. Law has been changed to provide for the appeal system. And the reason for that is, if there are shortcomings in the decision-making of a department, the other department has the authority as an appeal body to deal and overrule that body. Capacity is something relative because you may have a number of people, but the skills in those departments is not the same because you don't multiply the same individual. And there are many other factors that come into effect in this. The actual human element, where people are forced to do things in a particular way because of pressures and corruption. And all those are issues that we're looking at, and that's why we're appealing to society to appeal if they are not happy with a decision.
No, okay, no. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. No, Minister, the question was about the compliance from mining companies. So now, I just want to ask the Minister, there's mines, especially in Mpumalanga, in different parts of Mpumalanga, who were mining there and they left. And there's no rehab that's being done. And I heard you earlier saying that you're working closely with the Department of Environment. And some of these mines, they are causing very serious health hazards to the communities. What is the department doing with those mines who mined and not did the rehab and left? Some maybe they are no longer in the country. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Every mining company is required to put upfront provision for rehabilitation during the life of mining. Now, many of the mines are falling under the category of derelict and ownerless mines. And those, about 6,000 of those mines, last year we rehabilitated 167 of those. So that program continues because the reserve for rehabilitation as accumulated during the mining life are used. So I don't know when you say in Mpumalanga, the behavior of mining companies is the same everywhere, whether it's in Gauteng or in Mpumalanga or Northwest, so the rules must be the same. But companies are expected to make provision for rehabilitation upfront and during the mining life.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Bibi, you don't have a follow-up question on this one. So, Makause, can you just relax? The next question is 153 from Honorable Bibi. Can the Minister respond to that?
I will.
Your problem is you don't want to listen. That's your main problem.
Your problem is you speak without indicating that you are rising on a point of order.
Your problem is that
Please order now.
You are chairing yourself.
Can you bring the point of order, Sisi?
I'm rising on a point of order,
Can you bring the point of order? Bring the point of order.
I'm rising on a point of order, Chairperson. Chairperson, point number one, you cannot chair yourself, you are chairing a house. And you must forever recognize and listen to us.
It's not the point of order. What is the point of order?
The member of the EFF rose on a question here, on a follow-up question. It's extremely unacceptable for a minister to just do a run over the question and downplay the question like he did. He did not answer what the member of the EFF was asking.
If the
member of the EFF asked, what if these mining companies are not complying? What is your department doing in relation to that?
Honorable Minister, there is no follow-up question from the Honorable Zandamela because he was following up on a question from another member. If he has a question, let him send you a written question and you will respond to it. Can you continue to respond on 153? Your point of order is?
Okay, Chairperson, me address Honorable Makaus as CC in the House. and it's not allowed.
Honorable Makause, I apologize. Honorable Makause, can you please continue, Honorable Minister?
On question 153, 153.
Honorable Bibi.
Yes.
Okay.
We have started the process as the three departments, mineral resources and energy, public enterprises, and trade and industry and competition, to engage stakeholders that are providing primary feedstock to Eskom power stations. We had a meeting with coal companies. What we are negotiating there is to say there must be a ceiling on the price of coal that goes to Eskom. Otherwise, we've discovered that there are a number of mines that make over 100% profit, and others 70%, 50% profit. We say we must have a ceiling on the price. That proposal is with the coal mining companies.
The correct response?
Yes.
Okay.
It is the commitment by various stakeholders
Okay.
in the discussions. And the second group that we've met are window 1, 2, and 3 of renewable energy. To them, we say the prices of those are too high for Eskom. So we've met twice, we're following with that. Only when we've completed that process will we then talk about administered price and possibility of reducing electricity price, particularly for industrialization and industrial development. At this point in time, we haven't seen any negativity on the reaction of the stakeholders. They have all been cooperative and they have committed to the process, but the process is not complete yet.
Follow up, Honorable Bibi.
I think the minister might have the questions and the answers mixed up. He answered on question 150 instead of on question 153.
Honorable Dutoi, I asked the Honorable Bibi, is it the response to the question that she have asked? And she agreed. So I am the chairperson still, even if Makause doesn't feel like that. And I have made sure that it is the correct response to the question. Honorable Bibi, your follow-up.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the detailed answer. Honorable Minister, in the light of the President's call in his inaugural State of the Nation address in February 2018, that mining must be seen once again as a sunrise industry, what are the initiatives that the department has taken thus far to achieve this objective pronounced to the nation by the President? Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Though it's not related to the original question, but I will answer it. We've been working with the mining industry in various aspects. I don't know if you noticed that in the first quarter decline, mining contributed the biggest share of that decline, 0.8% of the decline. And we engaged the industry, there was relative stability, and in the second quarter, mining made the biggest positive contribution, which was the 1% of the 3.1%. Because production and management of companies is not in a straight line, it is a function of ongoing engagement which is happening in the industry. Because at the end of the day, it is the mining companies that must turn the industry around and make it a reliable source of income for the country.
Honorable Arnold.
voorsitter, adjunct voorsitter, baie dankie. My vraag gaan basies oor die rol van die elektrisiteit in die ekonomie. En dit is die vraag hierso. Die minister het erken dat die regering gefaal het om seker te maak dat daar genoegsame elektrisiteit, die bou van kragstasies, dat daar genoegsame elektrisiteit is. En u het ook by tye het u genoem dat die regering was gewaarsku gewees dat hulle in 'n sekere jaar 2007 dat hulle die kapasiteit van die kragvoorsiening gaan bereik, dat daar 'n tekort gaan wees. My vraag wat ek vir u vra is, want iemand moet verantwoordelikheid vat vir die feit dat die ekonomie in hierdie toestand is waar dit is en dat die burgers van die land in duisternis gedompel is. Nou my vraag aan die minister is, sal u die burgers van die land sê dat die ANC-regering het die citizens van die land gefaal? Baie dankie.
Agbare minister, u hoef nie die vraag te beantwoord as u nie so voel nie. Maar u hoef nie die vraag te beantwoord as u voel want dit is nie deel van die vraag nie, maar ons laat dit aan u oor, aan die eie oordeel oor.
Ek verstaan die feit. The answer is, I agree with you that electricity in particular and energy in general is a catalyst for the economic performance in a country. I also agree with you that the price of electricity as we sit here today is too high and it is not contributing positively to the economic performance. So what should we do? The reason that we took this initiative of meeting these stakeholders is to try and manage the price of electricity down. Because if we can do that, the economy will perform. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next question is question 150 from the Mr. Honorable SF Du Toit to yourself.
The question actually should be directed to the Minister of Public Enterprise, where ESCOM falls in terms of jurisdiction as we sit here today. But what I can also confirm is that the Integrated Resource Plan has now been gazetted. It is published and it gives the framework for sources of electricity generation.
Yes, before that, can all of you just really drop your hands? Before that, let us allow Honorable Du Toit, because it is his question. And the minister was actually correct to redirect the question to the correct ministry. But, okay, may I, please? But Honorable Du Toit, we will allow you, in terms of our procedure, to ask your follow-up, and then we will come to you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, since you mentioned that the question was posed at the incorrect department, I've got the figures here. According to a Mail and Guardian indicated in an
Honorable
article
Du Toit,
in
really,
5, I've got 2 minutes,
if you
Deputy Chair.
You have your 2 minutes, but if you have the response, why did you ask the question? Don't be like that, come.
Deputy Chair, could you please just turn the clock back to give him my 2 minutes? Please be fair in this House. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Minister, according to an article of the Mail and Guardian dated the 5th of April 2019, that losses of about 1.4 billion rand on 2 contracts alone at that time. As ESCOM did at that time pay one supplier, Glencore, double the price it was paying another smaller supplier for the same quality coal. 343.41 rand difference between Glencore and the smaller other price of 607 Rand per ton of coal. The cheapest supply was 263 Rand per ton of coal. Now, according to the Mail and Guardian, up to 10 billion Rand could have been saved if there were no ceiling price on coal and if there were no corruption in the tender procedures and the allocation of these tenders. My question is, why didn't Ministry act timelessly since they have been, this have been brought under their attention in the beginning of the year already, but up to now, none of these contracts have been rescinded.
Honorable Minister, like I said, here you respond to questions that is applicable to you and not to new information.
Yes.
You don't have to.
No, because it is also important to share information in the House. The honorable member must remember, Deputy Chairperson, that I'm in the portfolio of energy for 5 months now. But I don't renege the responsibility taken by my predecessors. The reason that we're engaging coal mining companies and the renewable companies about the prices that goes to ESCOM is because we want to deal with that issue. Because if we succeed in dealing with that matter, the picture will change. So we're dealing with the matter, and that is how far we've gone.
Honorable Ndongeni.
Enkosi Sihlalo. Kufuneka siwafundisa amalungu emibutho ephikisayo malunga nomsebenzi wesebe lezimbiwa nokungaphansi komhlaba kwakunye nezamandla kunye nesebe le-public enterprise elinexanduva lokuthi lisoloko lijonge ukuba lingaba isebe lenza kakuhle kwaye nemali esetyenziswayo ngendlela efanelekileyo kwe-ESCOM. Imibuzo ngo-ESCOM ne-contracts unit cost malunga nezibhambathiso malithunyelwe kwisebe le-public enterprise. Umbuzo uthi, Mphathiswa, ingaba ilizwe loMzantsi Afrika likulungele na ukusebenzisa i-coal cliff kwi-tight mines? Inokuba ayizukuba neziphumo ezibi kwabo baxhomekeke kumalahle ukwenza ingeniso. Enkosi Sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni.
Now, a decision that are taken cannot only consider communities just around the coal mines. We take decisions that talk to the needs of the country, that talk to our commitments, but the Paris Agreement and all those issues. And we use those to take balanced decisions. That's why we subscribe to it just transition, so that we don't move like a pendulum from one extreme to the other. And in implementing the just transition, we're going to be able to manage our movement from high emission to low emissions. So communities that are surrounding the mines are taken into account in discussing the just transition.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Smith.
Dank u, achtbare adjunct voorzitter. Honorable Minister, with the government's continuous investment in coal-based electricity generation, like the investment in Kusile and Medupi, Minister, will you please today acknowledge that there is no current technology available to either reduce or eliminate carbon emissions from coal-based electricity generation, and that there is no such thing as previously spoken of cleaner coal. And by virtue of that this government has not been committed to the Paris Agreement.
Again, Minister, it is a new question,
No,
but you can respond to it if you want.
The problem is that when you tell untruth with a straight face, people believe you. There are technologies for cleaner coal. and we're going to pursue them, test them. Already, we have a pilot study on carbon capture and deposit in Northern KZN. We're going to open a second pilot study in another second site. Once we've proven that it works, we'll report to government and see if we can use it widely. We're also going to look into coal gas degasification and see what impact it will have on the quality of coal and the quality of emissions of coal. So we need to think all the time, experiment, leave it doesn't work, but to just say, because you say so, therefore there's no such a thing. I met it in the portfolio committee. I think it's a position of the DA that that is a myth. We want to test that myth and demystify it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Dodovo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your response. Honorable Minister, in the last few months, the government has taken a firm view to stabilize the energy supply industry in terms of the IPPs, in terms of the coal industry itself, and in terms of bailing out ESCOM. Are you quite confident that all these measures will lead us into the stability within the sector? And if not, why don't we look at it from another point of view?
Honorable Minister.
That question takes us to the next question about the IRP. Actually, the IRP has been published now and gazetted. Now, once it is published and gazetted, it provides us with a framework, but implementation will take its own time. And as we test it, we'll see if it stabilizes the economic supply. But our commitment is on security of energy supply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are going immediately to the next question, and that is the 141 of Honorable Smith. You started to respond on that one, possibly just for our process. Can you continue with that one?
Question 141, the answer is simple, is that the question has become redundant in that the IRP was approved by Cabinet on the 16th and gazetted on the 18th.
Honorable Smith, do you want to follow up?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. As the time when I submitted this question, it wasn't released yet. But thank you, Minister, for at long last releasing the correct IRP for that matter. How will the IRP contribute to your commitment to the Paris Agreement towards reducing our carbon footprint with 45% by 2050? And I also propose, Honourable Minister, while the Minister of Environmental Affairs is sitting next to you, who actually said in our Committee of Environmental Affairs that there is no such thing as clean coal and that carbon cannot be eliminated, captured maybe, but then where is it going? Underground or into our water systems or wherever you want to send it to. But I think you should take further advice from the Minister next to you. Thank you.
We'll take the advice. We do take it all the time, by the way.
Thank you, honorable members. That question was, when will the IRP be announced? It is announced, it has been published, so there cannot be follow-ups because that was the question. So let us go to the next question. That is 159 from the Honorable Arnolds to the Minister. The question is 159. It is on the bid window contracts with IPPs. Cancelling.
The question is whether it is prudent for the government to consider cancelling all bid window contracts. You don't deal with contracts that way. Once you sign a contract, that contract is valid, and you deal with your partner to a contract with respect. That's why I explained earlier that what we're busy with is not cancellation of the bids, bid window contracts, is talking to them to reduce the price so that the impact should be on the ultimate ESCOM price. You see, all the time we've been told that renewables on the average are at R2.20. But on checking the actual figures, we discovered that actually from PV, window 1 is at R4.25 a unit. And it goes on because they sign an agreement at this point and get guaranteed CPI increase on the price. And that's why we're talking to them. We're not forcing them. We're not imposing conditions to them. We say, can we find a formula of reducing that uptake price? And that's what we're doing. So cancelling the contracts is not on the table for now.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Arnold, is there a follow-up?
Dank voorzitter, baie dankie. Ek neem kennis wat die minister sê oor die vraag. En ek dink die minister sal saamstem dat die prys van die krag is te hoog en dat dit nodig is vir 'n ingryping. En die regering en u sê altyd die regering praat, is in discussions, is besig om te praat, maar ek dink die tyd van praat is verby. Hierdie onafhanklike kragprodusente in hulle gesprekke wil hierdie kontrakte nog langer verleng met 10 jaar. Nou my vraag aan die minister is, stem u saam dat hy kontrakte nog verleng word en ons wil graag hê dat hy kontrakte moet verbreek word. Baie dankie.
Minister.
The discussions with independent onafhankelijk krachtvoorzieners, that is independent power producers. The price, we agree, window 1, 2, and 3 are expensive. That's why we're talking to them. But if you look into the projection for window 4, already the range is very close to being reasonable because on PV it's around R1.08 and on wind it is at 87 cents. So it's coming down. And so all we're saying is that let's talk to them because renewables are not emergency energy suppliers. They must be part of the system all the time. That's why they should be considered within the context of energy and the economy. And that engagement with them is about that. And if you talk about cancellation of contracts, at this point in time, they are supplying about 4.5% of energy. Once window 4 gets into the stream, which has already been signed, it will increase. In the IRP, we're projecting about 18% from renewables by 2030. So we're not only looking at the price, we're looking at the price and we're also looking at the security of supply.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlangu.
Baie dankie, adjunct voorsitter. Ndiyabulela, Ngqongqoshe. Dumelang bagaetsho. Considering that the cost of renewable energy has declined dramatically in the last decade, the renewables form a key element of the non-grid connection to rural areas. What is government's long-term strategy to procure renewable energy in order to ultimately lower the price of electricity and achieve the NDP target of full electrification by 2030? Thank you.
You must remember first that renewables as we sit here today do not have the baseline capacity. They don't have it. They give you energy on availability. What is thought to be a solution to that, not immediately, is the development of the battery storage technology. Once you have the battery storage technology, you will go a long way in addressing the base load problem. Now, as I said earlier, some people are always shouting at me, when do you declare window 5? I say, bid window 5. I say, I don't want bid window 5. I want renewables to be part of the system in the long term and be ready to go to bid window 27, if need be. But the most important thing is that the reason that we give you an energy mix proposal is that we don't want to have a total fail option because we're not like Germany. We don't have France as a neighbor. Where they don't have the baseline, they can get it from the nuclear energy in France. We don't have that neighbor. That's why we should move Butle, Sambe Kahle, and actually be systematic in movement from high emission to low emissions. That is our approach to this matter.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Smith.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Minister, do you support the cheaper energy bill in concept that will see energy security and price relief to already strained and struggling South Africans who can't afford another electricity price hike?
I normally explain this concept to people like Honorable Smith, that lowest cost doesn't mean cheapest. Okay, it means the net impact of the cost overall, including opportunity cost and other things. For example, when you ban diesel in peak hours, it is very expensive, but in terms of availability, it is the lowest cost option at your disposal. So I understand that concept in broad terms than narrowly cheap, as in rands and cents. I look into opportunity cost. That's why, for example, when I argue with many people who are very fundamental in discussing this issue, I normally tell them that if you look into nuclear power from Quebec today, it is at 40 cents a unit to Eskom. It's the lowest, it's the most reliable, it is the most efficient. But if you want to assess the cost, you must build in the commissioning cost, which is higher, and the decommissioning cost, which is higher. So the cost should be covering all aspects of the life of a facility. So that issue, that question is here. That's why we have that mix, energy mix in the IRP so that we can have options in dealing with this matter.
Honorable Karim. Thank you, Minister.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, apart from all the many sound reasons you've given why we shouldn't annul these contracts legally, would it not also pose financial problems for Eskom should they choose that route?
Deputy Chairperson, it would in a way, because if you breach a contract, you are subjecting yourself to penalties. That's why it is always not advisable to be delinquent in dealing with partners in any relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are going to question 162 from the Honorable 162 from the Honorable K.M. Moimang. From Moimang. It is the question relating the trust.
Or 162.
62, yes.
It's a long question. The SIOC Community Development Trust owns 3% of Session Iron Ore Company, Party Limited. Other companies in the area will be expected to comply with the 2018 mining charter when they renew or cede their mining rights. The Board of Trustees is comprised of a number of members. We've listed the names. From Nelson, Mosaipua, Vusimali, Cynthia Mkhudi, Connie Mulusi, Derek Stephen Staden, Velen van Res Chabatole, Amanda Dipenar, Alpheus Pole, Yuvon Mfolo. And the trust gets audited by an independent auditor on an annual basis. So every year, you get audited financial statement of the trust. And the trust is involved in many activities in the Kuruman, Katu, and Postmasburg area, and broader Northern Cape. As of today, the trust is worth 6 billion net asset value, and is among others owned 30% stake in SA Link. When you get into a play in SA Link, you must know that 30% belong to the trust, which is worth 400 million, and the Katu Solar Park. So it's got an active trust that is not waiting for dividends. It is also involved in many other activities to improve its capacity.
Thank you, Honorable Moimang. Follow up.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Allow me to appreciate the input made by the Minister on the questions that I posed, though the question was not necessarily confined to SIOC. The mining companies, also in the Kalahari Basin, including both Asmang, South 32, and other black emerging manganese players. But I'll use the information provided to ask a follow-up question, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, from the information that you have provided, clearly the domination by the company's trustees, the domination which is 4 and the 2 independent trustees appointed also by the founder, creates an imbalanced composition of this board of trustees, which clearly says that the decisions in terms of this trust will always be skewed in favor of the mining company. And therefore, one critical element that I want to request the Minister to do, will the Minister engage the mining company with regard to the independent trustee and the chairperson of this board, because the term has expired? For us as ANC-led government to exercise control over these entities that are supposed to be owned by the communities, it is important that we have control. So therefore, will the Minister engage the mining company to ensure that he is consulted on the appointment of the chairperson and the independent trustees, and also the reduction of the mining company's trustees on that board? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
I was so worried that you won't make it in 2 minutes. I must applaud you.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. You are right in principle, but the other side that you should work, whether the trust is performing. To me, that is the test. It's not who is in it, because you can put the right people. We know of trusts like that, where you have all the right people, and the money disappears. You can't account for it, you can't account for its investment, you can't locate the value. There are such trustees. So in whatever we do with that trust, we should assess its performance and whether it is doing what is expected to do. Then we correct areas where there are weaknesses. That's what I am agreeing to. To me, I don't think the issue is me being part of appointing a chairperson. It's whether that chairperson of the trustees, together with the trust, do what is expected of them, and is the company performing, is the trust performing. Not unless we say it is not developing the area to the extent it is expected to. But opening it up for the sake of opening up may bring in other operational and financial risks to the trust itself.
If I was not chairing, I would have said something, but let me keep my peace.
You can say.
Honorable Oukamp, no, I will tell it afterwards. Honorable Oukamp.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you, Minister. I have been covered in a certain sense by Honorable Moimang. I just want to clarify, Honorable Minister, these trustees, are they getting any education or help from your department? And if not, are you willing to assist them so that we can uplift them as trustees so that they, in those boards where they are sitting or in those trusts that they are sitting, can really fulfill the jobs that they are supposed to do to the best of their abilities and to the advantage of those communities that they are serving? Thank you.
And not specifically because we can advise, because the trust has resources, it can send its trustees for training. And that decision can be taken on, but if you need our advice, we can advise that trust, because one of the issues that we have avoided even in the new mining charter is to create clauses that put our fingers in the till. We are not children of shopkeepers. We can't keep our fingers in the till. We must be away. And we can advise the trust, but we must keep a healthy distance between the trust and the department. Next time we'll come here, you will be asking questions. A departmental official X, Y, and Z has done this and this and that. And we must be careful of that as a department.
Honorable Makause.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, calling for nominations of these particular trusts, an appointment of these trustees, majority of times done in an extremely skewed and favorable way to the ruling party. Members who are appointed belong to the ruling party and they account to the ruling party. As a result, when development or any other tenders are advertised, they benefit the ruling party and those who are in charge of the trust. Community suffers because those who are in the trust belong to the ruling party. We want to see participation across the board, irrespective of your political affiliation, but that is not happening. What is your intervention in this regard as a Minister of Minerals Resource?
If you don't have to, but you can respond if you want.
I don't know how are trustees appointed in terms of political affiliation. I don't know that. Now, you ask the question, don't shout and point fingers. Listen. Listen, listen. I'm giving you an answer, Makausa. Honorable Makausa, I'm giving you an answer to your question. Yeah, Honorable Makausa. One of the things that is always confusing people is, if, for example, in a particular area, the footprint of a particular party is big, it will be big in that community. And therefore, it's easy to see fingerprints of that party in any structure in that community. But normally, it is dependent on the activities of the individual members in that community to be nominated and elected a trustee. I know of many trusts that are chaired by non-ANC members and are doing well, but you find that in the board you find a number of ANC members because of the demographics of the area and the footprint of the ANC. Now, development, if it is in community, it can benefit a particular party. A development in a community benefit community members irrespective. Not unless there is dishing out of money, then it is dished out to the ANC member. Okay, don't generalize, talk about this trust. Talk about this trust. This trust is one of the performing trusts, but we'll talk to Nade Muiman to hear details of the proposal he's making on how to strengthen it, because it is working. For me,
Thank you. Honorable
I would
Minister,
enjoy that.
Honorable Makause, show respect. Don't be like that. Don't put our house in disrepute. Honorable Goya, don't put our house in disrepute. Honorable Goya.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Look, one, I would have thought that the Honorable Minister wouldn't stoop so low and just respond to vague and false accusations. But well, I appreciate the way you responded, Honorable Minister, because indeed, you can't be crucified for the size of your organization. The issue that I wanted to raise is that we've got a number of mining companies in the Northern Cape in particular that consistently fail to comply with the prescribed legislation. And we've got inspectors in the department that have a responsibility of ensuring that they monitor and they enforce compliance. Now, I want to check with the minister in terms of whether, in relation to these trusts and how they plow back to the communities, because the mining charter and the MPRDA, they prescribe that there should be plow back. So I just wanted to check what, in the level of the ministry, what monitoring mechanism is done to ensure that those officials that are responsible to do that particular work, do that work diligently, and they don't fall prey of these big companies in terms of monies, and ensuring that communities benefit directly from these trusts. Thank you.
We made an observation earlier that in the department there are areas where there are weaknesses. So one of those is monitoring and evaluation. We said number 2 is community outreach. We're working on that to set out more structured units in the department to do that work. But more important is, if you looked into our audit reports by the Auditor General, you find that the area responsible for that area scored lowest in the department. All our branches scored 8 and above, and regulation scored 67. And we looked into the weaknesses in the branch, and one of those areas is this one: e-enforcement, monitoring and evaluation. And it's a pity that Comrade Bavelle passed on prematurely. May her soul rest in peace, because we gave that responsibility to her, but specifically for her to chase monitoring and evaluation. So we're paying attention to that issue. It's one of the weaknesses in the department.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are now at the last question, that assignment, question 4. Honorable Minister.
Question 4. Yeah, but Ibon, been talking about 4 in a long list like this. Okay. The question is by Honorable Boshoff from Mpumalanga. Hello, Boshoff. Yes, the minister confirms that a mining right and environmental management program are issued to William Patrick Bowers Limited in respect of portion 6 and portion 23 of farm Groenvlei and portion 12 of farm Lagervallei 322 JS, situated in Mastral district of Belfast in Mpumalanga province. It was issued on the 9th of November 2016. The mining development was granted considering that it complied with the principles of integrated environmental management as prescribed in section 38(1) of the MPRDA. The minister was satisfied that the development will achieve the said principles and the development will give effect to Chapter 5 of the National Environmental Management Act 107 of 1998. A local municipality has a mandate of considering and issuing rezoning to any land parcel falling within its jurisdiction. In that regard, they will have knowledge of the land parcels that are subject to rezoning application and or where rezoning has been granted. In other words, the rezoning part of any parcel of land in any municipality is not the responsibility of the department, it's the responsibility of the municipality. I would imagine that it is the planning section of the municipality that does rezoning. And at the time of consideration of the mining right application, the environmental impact assessment and environmental management program lodged in terms of section 39 of the Act, the minister did consult in terms of section 40 of the MPRDA Act 28 of 2002, and the state departments with a role in administering any laws relating to matters affecting the environment. Now, the minister has not requested the water test from Minister of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation. The requirement to provide water samples and tests is a condition of water use license and fall within the competence of the Minister of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation in terms of the National Water Act 36 of 1998. The minister has not been supplied with the report of the environmental impact assessment study that was conducted by the Department of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries, and is not aware of its content. So that shows the complexity of that space, that when you issue a mining license, you must comply with requirements that are located in 2 other departments. And now I'm sure in the bill that is on the pipeline, they will add agriculture. So that it's quite a complex exercise. We fulfill our part, but other departments have also a responsibility over aspects of the legislation and of the work.
Thank you. Honorable Bosso, your follow-up.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Minister, even though the Mpumalanga Tourism and Parks Agency, together with the Mpumalanga government, were opposed to this mining that is taking place, your department went ahead and issued the relevant mining license. What I would like to know from you is whether you can indicate whether the mining is still going on today as we speak, or whether it's been halted. If it has not been halted, because it is an protected environmental area, will you today undertake that all future mining applications in declared protected areas not take place without the relevant licenses and certificates crossing all departments as you have just indicated? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
No, that is the practice even today. That's why, in addition to working with all the departments, we respect the Department of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries as an appeal body, so that if there is a mistake in the assessment, it can be repealed by the appeal body, which is the Department of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries. So it's not just the Department of Mineral Resources. Actually, granting a mining license is one of the most complex things. Actually, at one point I was saying to my colleagues in the cabinet, actually, if things go the way they are, in few years' time, mining is going to be banned in South Africa. And my own view is, I want you to listen. Whether it is mining today, I can go and check that. I don't want to guess and just give you a throwaway answer. I will check if it is operational. As you would see that the granting of that license precedes my term, but I take responsibility for it. So I can go and follow it up and check it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Maleka.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I want to ask, did the coal mining activities have any economic spin-off and job opportunities for the people?
Come again?
Did the coal mining activities have any economic spin-offs and job opportunities for the people of the surrounding area?
Actually, leave the fact that everybody thinks that coal mining is dirty. Is the biggest generator of revenue in mining today. Coal mining is the biggest generator of revenue in South African mining today. That's what it is. It exports coal, it supplies ESCOM, because sometimes when we talk of coal, we just think of the picture of coal to ESCOM. It's a big generator of revenue. It does benefit communities around them. And also, the reason that there is this complex relationship with environmental assessment and all that is because mining sometimes pollutes in the majority of cases. And therefore, it needs to be regulated tightly to minimize the negative impact of mining. But as an economic activity, it's a very viable economic activity, and it employs many workers.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. It's very interesting that the Minister says that coal mining sometimes pollute. Minister, as this was actually a written question that was transferred to oral questions, can you please commit to this House that you will actually answer written questions in the prescribed time so that you don't need to come and answer them here in the House?
Honorable Minister, that is not a question. Can we then request Honorable Bibi? You took someone's question now, Honorable Smith. Honorable Bibi.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson of the House. Honorable Minister, I just want to check with you whether are you compelled to get a report of the environmental impact assessment study before issuing the mining rights? Thanks, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
It is a requirement. It is a requirement. So I do get the environmental certificate, I get the water. Now I'm sure it is going to be extended to agriculture and land use.
Thank you. Honorable members, on behalf of the leadership of the NCOP, let me take this opportunity to thank the Minister for availing himself to take question in the NCOP. Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to the question as agreed. Yes. Honorable members, there was the motion that was dealt by the chairperson of the NCOP at the beginning. Members did not vote, so we'll have to vote on that motion before we can get to the next item. The leadership of provinces are in their places. Eastern Cape?
Okay. Yes.
Free State?
Free State support, Honorable Chair.
Gauteng?
Gauteng supports.
KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal support.
Limpopo?
Limpopo support.
Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support.
Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support.
Northwest?
Northwest support.
Western Cape?
Support.
Thank you. 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, I've been informed that the committee has agreed not to proceed with Order 6 as printed on the order paper. The Secretary will read 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th orders of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlements, inspection in loco on notice of intervention issued in terms of Section 139(1)B of the Constitution in 1996 in the following municipalities: JB Max, local municipality; Tswaing, local municipality; Likwa, Timane, local municipality; Ratlo, local municipality; Madibeng, local municipality; and Naledi, local municipality.
The Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlement, Honorable Totovu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, I'm going to, as you indicated, present a consolidated report of the 6 municipalities in the Northwest Province. During the period of April 2019, the Northwest Provincial Executive Council resolved to invoke the intervention measures in terms of Section 139(b) of the Constitution in respect to the following municipalities: Naledi, Tswaing, Madibeng, JB Max, Rato, Mamusa, and Lekwata Emane local municipalities. Subsequent to the tabling of notices of intervention by the MEC for COPTA in the Northwest, the Office of the Chairperson of the NCOP referred in terms of Rule 101 of the NCOP the notices of intervention to the Select Committee for consideration and reporting. As part of the public participation process, the Select Committee conducted in-loco inspections to the above-mentioned municipalities from the 27th to the 29th of August 2019. The objective of the in-loco inspections to all the respective municipalities was to interact with the internal and external stakeholders of the municipalities in order to solicit their opinions and views on the constitutional, procedural and substantive matters related to the invocation of Section 139B of the Constitution in all the municipalities. During the entire period of interaction with the various stakeholders, as well as the local structures of political parties within the respective municipal areas, the decision to invoke Section 139B of the Constitution of the Republic was endorsed, with beneficiary local communities advocating for change and improvement in the manner in which municipal government and administration is being handled, so as to enhance institutional capacity of each municipality to execute its respective role and mandate in the delivery of services. As a result of the highest number of municipalities falling under Section 139(1)B of the Constitution in the Northwest Province, a decision was taken to progressively address the endemic dysfunctions and challenges that impinge upon the ability of these institutions to perform and discharge their executive obligations in line with the Constitution, as well as the policy and legislative prescripts. Honorable Chair, generally speaking, the collapse of service delivery, deficiencies and instability in good governance and administration, as well as distress in their financial management capability, has been noted with serious concern by the NCOP Select Committee. The committee in particular observed widespread political factionalism, ill-discipline among councillors, appointment of unqualified municipal officials, non-compliance with the existing legislation, general lack of consequence management, as well as the capacity of municipal leadership to ensure smooth, efficient, effective, and people-centered local government. And all of these are the major causes for the collapse of the municipalities as well as their dysfunctionality, hence the invocation of Section 139 of the Constitution. Section 152, 1.b of the Constitution provides that a municipality must ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, and D thereof of the Constitution provides that a municipality must provide a safe and healthy environment, and therefore the Select Committee is of the opinion that the service delivery failures of the municipalities in the Northwest has triggered, indeed, the invocation of Section 139 of the Constitution. In general terms, the Select Committee is of the opinion that the instability related to good governance, as captured in the notices which were tabled to the NCOP, the Minister of Cocta, and the presentation made by the MEC in all respects. Based on the above situation, we are going to briefly tackle each municipality with regard to the recommendations that we place before the House. Having conducted the oversight visit to the Naledi local municipality and interacted with everybody as I stipulated, we make the following recommendations with regard to Naledi. The Select Committee notes the intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, that this intervention has expired on the 30th of September 2019. Further notes that in terms of Section 139(1)(b)(2) of the Constitution, the intervention must end if the Council disapproves of it within a period of 180 days after the intervention began, or by the end of that period if the intervention has not been approved. Based on the above, as the intervention has expired by operation of the law, If the PC of the Northwest sees the need to intervene, it should retable the notice of the intervention to the NCOP once again. In essence, we mean that we are not approving this intervention because of the reasons provided for. In respect of Lekwataimani local municipality, the Select Committee recommends as follows. Having conducted the oversight visit to Lekwataimani local municipality and interacted with everybody, we recommend that the NCOP approves the intervention in Lekwataimani local municipality, that the administrator should develop measurable municipal turnaround strategy aligned with his terms of reference, and provide the MEC for local government and human settlement and the municipal council with regular reports on the implementation of the intervention, and that the administrator must ensure investigation and implementation of consequence management. The Department of Kokta in the Northwest Province must ensure security and safety of all appointed administrators in collaboration with the relevant state security agencies, because the situation, it is cantankerous. The administrator should ensure that the developed turnaround strategy, amongst others, focuses on plans to comply with the legislative requirements, that the Northwest MEC for local government and human settlement, in collaboration with the national minister, should, in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution and other relevant legislative prescripts, provide continuous support and monitoring of the municipality. That the MEC of local government, once more, must issue or must provide the NCOP and the provincial legislature of the Northwest with quarterly reports on the progress made in respect of the implementation of the intervention. With regard to Tswaing local municipality, the Select Committee found out that, yes, indeed, there is a compelling case for the invocation of Section 139 of the Constitution, and therefore placed the following recommendation: that the NCOP approves the intervention in the Tswaing local municipality, that the administrator should implement consequence management with regard to the non-compliance of the requirements of the preferential procurement policy framework and all its regulations, that the administrator should develop and implement post-audit action plan to address previous audit queries and qualifications. There should be a mechanism and system that is put in place to strengthen internal controls and implement revenue enhancement strategy for the municipality. That the MEC, in respect of Tswaing as well, must provide support and strengthen the capacity of the municipality in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution and other legislative prescripts. That the MEC must, in the same vein, produce and submit quarterly reports to the NCOP as well as the relevant provincial legislative select committee. That the MEC for local government should table the termination or exit report on the intervention in the municipality to the NCOP as well. With regard to the JB marks, we must point out that there were no interaction with the external and the internal stakeholders. There was a lot of confusion within the municipality, with the municipality prevaricating on the need and the purpose of the visit of the NCOP. That in itself was a demonstrable evidence that the municipality is unstable and warrants an intervention and the invocation of Section 139 of the Constitution as it was invoked by the provincial government. And having noted the above, we place the following recommendations in respect of the JB Marks municipality: that the NCOP approves the intervention in the municipality in terms of Section 139B of the Constitution, that the Northwest MEC for local government should, after the adoption of this report by the Select Committee, table quarterly progress report on the implementation of the intervention, that the Select Committee, in cooperation with the relevant portfolio committee in the Northwest, should, after termination of the intervention, conduct a follow-up oversight visit to the municipality in order to evaluate the impact of the intervention in accordance with the terms of reference of the administrator. With regard to the Madibeng local municipality, we place the following recommendations for consideration: that the NCOP approves the intervention in the Madibeng local municipality, that the relevant MEC should table the departmental investigations report, implement in the implementation plan, as well as the forensic investigation report in terms of Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act to the NCOP, after tabling it to the Municipal Council of the municipality. That the administrator should fast-track the process of investigating the irregular appointments of contractors within the municipality, and that the quarterly reports, and that he table the quarterly preliminary reports to the NCOP for our consideration. That the MEC for local government in the province should put in place the monitoring mechanisms of forensic investigations and follow up all those recommendations by the administrator. That the committee, this committee, together with the relevant portfolio committee, should also equally conduct the follow-up to ensure that whatever that was done, there is a way of aftercare. And lastly, with regard to the Ratlo local municipality, having noted the situation in the Ratlo local municipality, the committee recommends as follows: that the NCOP approves the intervention in the Ratlo local municipality in terms of Section 1391B of the Constitution, that the administrator should conduct an investigation on the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and as well as wasteful expenditures incurred in the prior years to determine if any person was liable for the expenditure as required by Section 32.2.A and B of the Municipal Finance Management Act. That the administrator should revise the draft turnaround strategy in order to also focus on consequence management, filling of critical vacant positions, and the payment of third parties. The Northwest Provincial Government, through its department, should, in collaboration with the Minister, provide support to the Ratlo local municipality in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution and other legislative prescripts. That the MEC should table quarterly reports to the NCOP in respect of this matter. That the MEC as well should table a termination or exit report to the NCOP on the implementation of the intervention in the municipality. That the Select Committee, in cooperation with the relevant portfolio committee in the Northwest, should, after termination of the intervention, conduct a follow-up oversight visit to the municipality in order to evaluate the impact of the intervention in accordance with the terms of reference of the administrator. That is a consolidated report that I place before this House for consideration, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Totovu. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question in respect of the first order. The question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. We shall now proceed. We'll do it in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape, Oh, declaration Western Cape for the first order. Yes.
Chairperson, on a point of order, before I read the declaration, I haven't seen any speakers list with my China on it. The member just read the report. There's no speakers list, just reports, but in any case. Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Labuskagan, we do have the speakers list.
With the names.
Yes.
The Western Cape does not approve this intervention due to constitutional processes and procedures that were not followed for years. Evidently, to the records of Provincial Section 193 interventions, there are no legislation or institutional improvement in this action, since there are no enforcement of MA Section 32 transgressions or application of any form of consequential management. In terms of Section 152 of the Constitution, JB Marks Municipality did not comply with its constitutional obligations. The Northwest Provincial Government and COCTA did not comply with the Constitutional Section 154 in their failure by legislative and other matters in their oversight capacities to support this municipality. Interventions within the political composition of a municipality will not ensure sound financial management. The financial mismanagement, fraud, and corrupt activities, cadre deployment of unskilled employees will remain the status quo of management, causing collapse of municipalities. Therefore, the NCOP cannot be used to rubber stamp for the sake of compliance when there is an increase in irregular, unauthorized, and wasteful expenditures of billions of rands. Therefore, the Western Cape will not support this intervention.
Before I can entertain any province, it will be in order to indicate that when we started by voting by the motion that was presented by the Chief Whip of the NCOP, and all provinces voted in favor. And that motion was to allow us to have the chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Dodovu, to present the report as agreed by the House in terms of our rules. So that was attended to accordingly in terms of our rules. Any other province that might want to do declaration of vote? No, we'll proceed to voting. Eastern Cape? Eastern Cape?
Not manual. Oh.
Let's do it manual.
All right, they support the report.
Free State?
Free State support, Chair.
Gauteng? KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal support, sir.
Limpopo?
Limpopo support.
Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support.
Northern Cape?
Yeah, we support, Chair, although we wanted to make a declaration. But
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Northwest?
We support, Chair.
Western Cape?
Do not support.
8 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We shall now proceed to voting on the second order. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces to make declaration of vote if they so wish. We'll do it in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape?
I want to say Eastern Cape. So I support.
Free State?
Free State support, Chair.
Gauteng?
Gauteng supports.
KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal support.
Limpopo? Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support.
Northern Cape?
Siyayixhasa sihlalo.
Northwest?
Support, Chair.
Western Cape?
Does not support for the same reasons as the first intervention.
8 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We shall now proceed to voting on the third order. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall allow provinces to make declaration of vote if they so wish. Western Cape?
Chairperson, I just want to repeat that the declaration I made on the first vote is applicable to the following votes up till vote 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other province? Thanks. We'll proceed to voting in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape,
Siyayixhasa mhlali ngaphambili.
Free State,
We support.
Gauteng,
Gauteng.
KwaZulu Natal,
KwaZulu Natal support.
Limpopo,
Limpopo support.
Mpumalanga,
Pumalanga support.
Northern Cape,
Sivumelana nayo sihlalo.
Northwest,
Stem Sam.
Western Cape.
There's no support.
8 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We shall now proceed to voting on the fourth order. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces to make declaration of vote if they so wish. We go straight to voting. We do it in alphabetical order. Fourth order, Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape siyayixhasa.
Free State,
Free State support, Chair.
Gauteng,
Gauteng supports.
KwaZulu Natal,
KwaZulu Natal support.
Limpopo,
Limpopo support.
Mpumalanga,
Pumalanga support.
Northern Cape,
Siyavuma sihlalo.
Northwest,
Support.
Western Cape.
Ondersteun nie.
8 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We shall now proceed to voting on the fifth order. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make declaration of vote if they so wish. We proceed straight to voting. We'll do it in alphabetical order. Eastern Cape,
Iyayixhasa.
Free State,
Free State ya amohela, Chair.
Gauteng,
Gauteng supports.
KwaZulu Natal,
KwaZulu Natal support.
Limpopo,
Limpopo support.
Mpumalanga,
Pumalanga support.
Northern Cape,
Northern Cape supports, Chair.
Northwest,
Support, Chair.
Western Cape.
Ondersteun nie.
8 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, in respect of the seventh order, the House is expected to note the report. The provincial executive will be informed accordingly. That concludes the business of the day. Honorable members, we are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the chamber. The House is adjourned.